All right, welcome everyone to a very special episode of the Mike Sennello Show. I do need to get my camera a little better centered here, so excuse me, folks, while I take care of that very quickly. So, we're going to have a lot to go over today, and I'll be going live all afternoon. So I'm going to go over the agenda for today, just to get everybody started. The very first thing you'll notice is right here, you'll notice there is a link. It's a tiny URL link. This is going to get you into the Zoom webinar that I've put together. If you guys want to join in on the conversation and have your audio pulled in, that's the link to go to. Sorry, folks, I can't share Zoom links because it's just a genuine security risk to have the actual link up. This is the best I can do for you. tinyurl.com/4BX9XBBV. So if you guys can put that into Notepad, if you want to share that with your friends privately, of course, go ahead and do that. If anyone knows anyone who wants to come in, come right on in, and we'll have you all be part of that conversation. So happy to have you guys in on all of this. So without further ado, let's bring in our conversation for today. I want to start off with letting everybody know what the schedule is for me for today. I'm going to go over how I voted. I'm going to go over how I hope things manifest themselves in the future. I'm going to go over some of the things that we've done here on this channel in the lead up to today, and to give it basically a last minute taste of what we've done here on this channel, what kind of information we've been able to get out to you. And there is going to be some huge news coming out in the very near future, so stay tuned with that. First things first, if you're watching on Facebook and you'd prefer to watch on YouTube, we are simulcasting to YouTube, so join us on YouTube. If you're watching on Facebook and you'd prefer to watch, on YouTube and you'd prefer to watch on Facebook, you can go ahead and do that too. I see there are a few people joining in right now, so happy to have you watch on either platform. I've got my laptop open right here with the feed for both Facebook and YouTube. So if you guys have questions, comments, go ahead, put them in. And of course, like I always do, daylight. I will be happy to get your questions answered as quickly as I reasonably can. So the schedule for tonight and upcoming is we're going to do this as long as it can reasonably done, probably until just after polls close. There is an event at the Abbey that's at 7 p.m. That is the RTC's event for tonight. I'll be going there because they invited me. So, it's not that I'm picking sides with them, because I am a libertarian, not a Republican, but they've been gracious. They've been the party that's been gracious enough to invite me to all of their events. So I show my gratitude by accepting their invitations and appearing. I would do that. I would happily do that with the DTC and with Democrats in this town. I would happily do that. I would happily attend any DTC event so long as they send me an invitation. Notice how I haven't ever attended a DTC event. I'd love to go to their meetings. Again, haven't been sent an invitation, and we will touch up on that. So 7 p.m. at the Abbey is the event for the RTC. That'll be going basically all night, or as long as the Abbey will have folks. Mike Fu will take over. I don't want to intercede into his broadcast, but Mike Fu Media will be taking over basically everything for the night as he reveals the results. He's not going to be doing this on a one-sided basis. He's going to be doing this probably from his office like he has been for the past, I think it's 6 years now he's been doing this. And he'll have the actual results tabulated for you in real time from all of the polling districts, including the absentee ballots. Yes, folks, as far as I know, the last preliminary estimate was that there were over 500 absentee ballots sent out, not requests, actual ballots sent from the town clerk's offices to various addresses from people who have requested them. That is somewhere in the area of 6 to 10 times the normal amount, so way in excess in terms of absentee ballots. After tonight, I'm probably going to be going on a little bit of a hiatus because I don't know if you guys have seen, but I've been going live. It's really hard to do this for me as often as I've been doing it, and completely for free. So I'll be probably taking a bit of a hiatus and then coming back with a passion. I've been in talks with some people who want to help me out with this channel, so maybe we can expand into other things, and maybe I'll have more time thus to do this sort of thing. But by the way, folks who are just joining in, yes, that link right here, that link is the link to join in on the conversation on Zoom. So if you want to pull in and give us your thoughts, we would love to hear them. I'm hoping to have some guests on, hopefully to send an invite out to MJ. MJ, if you're watching, please go ahead and join in. Link is in the Zoom link is in this video's description. Or sorry, it's not in this video's description. It's right here. You can go into that tiny URL. to talk about what he's been doing with his podcasting thing. One of the last things we're going to do, since we're going to be streaming all day, is we're going to be rewatching some interviews. So let me know in the comments section which interviews you guys want me to re-review. So that's, let me go down my list just to make sure I got everybody. I interviewed Mayor Bass. I interviewed Board of Education candidate Eric Cancel. I interviewed Town Council candidate Mike Nahom, Board of Finance candidates Diane Clafe and Joe DiGregorio, Town Council candidate Sal Rankowitz, Board of Finance candidate Robin Mann, and the sitting Board of Finance chair, who is also up for re-election, Walter O'Connor. So I may take a brief intermission just to send out some invitations for folks to come join me. But for anyone who wants to, we are live. I'm happy to have you guys on. So today is election day, and yes, I did go to my polling station and I voted. So I want to talk about how I voted, but before we do that, I've got a hard pill for people to swallow. It's the truth. Voting is not a right. Voting is a privilege. I heard somebody say this to their child behind me in line. We were exercising our right to vote. There's a reason it's a privilege and not a right. And it's the same reason that 5-year-old you're telling that to can't vote. It's the same reason 1-year-olds can't vote. It's the same reason Vladimir Putin can't vote in New Milford elections. Voting is not a right. It is a privilege. Excuse me. And the reason it's a privilege is because the difference between a right and a privilege is that a right exists within you, and it pre-exists government. It pre-exists the agency that is affording you that material advantage. So in the case of a privilege, someone externally is giving you that privilege. In the case of a right, it comes from within. So it can't be taken away. And this is as opposed, of course, to a privilege which can be taken away. Driving privileges can be taken away. Not everyone is allowed to drive. Okay, so hard pill to swallow, right? And there's another hard pill to swallow. My take on things. Everybody wants me to keep saying, get out there and vote. Well, honestly, what I'm trying to do with this podcast and with the show, and what I'd rather have people do, is I'm trying to create an informed electorate. I'm trying to get the information out there. Yes, of course, it's going to include my opinion because I get this, an opinion, and that's how I voted. I voted, therefore I have an opinion, right? I can't vote for everyone, and I can't vote for, no one and still count that as voting. So, of course, this comes with opinion, but the point is that I think that the civic duty rests in having an informed populace and in having an informed electorate. So the civic duty is to get yourself informed. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I would rather people get a library card than get a voter registration card, to get an election card. So I know it's the thing that everyone wants to say, get out there and vote. I would rather you get informed. And then if you make an informed decision based on you being informed, great. So we're going to talk about now how I voted. And for the first time in my life, I was a single issue voter on an issue that we're going to discuss here in just a moment. I hate voting single issue, but I don't know how else to send the message, because this is what my vote is going to be this year. It's going to be me sending a message, right? And this is what it was this year, was me sending a message. And we've covered this on this show, but the DTC's marketing strategy and marketing campaign over the last 2 weeks has been genuinely disgusting. And I don't know how else to characterize it. And worse, they've doubled down. Where they've been pressured on this sort of thing, they've been nonstop. They've doubled down on it. They don't see it as a problem at all. And what this is a smear on you, the voter, if you might be considering voting for Pete Bass for mayor, which is 2/3 of the electorate from 2019, which again is a smear of their own Democrats, right, as being equivalent to how they characterize the January 6th rioters. Notice how I'm willing to use the word riot, by the way, because here in consistency land, we use the R word. We are willing to use the R word in that one instance where there was an actual riot. We are the people who can say things like, yeah, the people who committed crimes that day should go to jail. We're not the ones who are, for an entire year, egging on the burning down of whole cities and straight up murder to the sound of at least dozens of people. We are not the ones outright encouraging armed militia, for all intents and purposes, from forcibly sectioning off whole city blocks in downtown Seattle against the will of the businesses and residents within those city blocks, with a hard border and a wall armed guards, again, armed to the teeth, and within its borders, police were not allowed. Yeah, within its borders, the National Guard would not have been allowed, and they were not called upon to go do anything about all of this. Not from the local mayor, not from the governor. No, that whole full-on insurrection, and it was an actual insurrection. This is a case where they actually declared their sovereignty, again, against the will of the people within their borders, and declared their sovereignty and created a new state from the United States. You are now leaving the United States, is what the sign said outside. Although it might as well have said Arbeit macht frei, considering how people were treated within its borders, considering how Andy Ngo was treated once he got within its borders. So yeah, we are not the side that is egging that on and full on encouraging that nonsense. We're the side that's willing to say that, yes, January 6th was a riot and it was a bad thing. And yeah, when you hear people say the joke, it was mostly peaceful protest. True, it's mostly peaceful. The reason it's a joke is because there is a certain other side that for all of 2020 ignored the obvious and buried the lead by characterizing the riots that were completely consuming whole cities and almost the whole of the year of 2020 were actually riots. And they refused to use the R word and instead characterized them laughably as mostly peaceful protests. So to use the tongue in cheek on the January 6 riots, mostly peaceful protests, isn't an actual characterization of the thing. It's the opposite side of the aisle calling out the other side. It's shining a light on the ridiculousness of the other side, which is what we're going to be doing today. And we're going to be talking about shining a light on the other side. Speaking of which, I covered this already, but the reason I voted the way I did, and I think the way a lot of people did, was because of, well, this. So you've all seen it. This is the flyer that went out. Excuse me. Sorry, folks. That was an accidental transition. You'll have to forgive me. You'll have to forgive that accidental transmission. It wouldn't be an episode of the Mike Sennello Show without technical difficulties. Hopefully that's the only one. So we had that, we had this flyer go out that everybody sees where it characterizes, it didn't end January 6th. Trump extremists took over the New Milford GOP, and now they're taking over our town. Believe me, folks, I've got some evidence the other way. Don't let radical extremists take over our town on November 2nd, vote Democrat. Okay, so if we don't vote Democrat, we're radical extremists. Radical extremists, do they realize that 2/3 of the electorate in 2019 didn't vote Democrat? And in this town, where you have more registered Democrats than you have registered Republicans, in this town, which elected Jahana Hayes in back-to-back elections in 2018 and 2020, and which elected Joe Biden in 2020, right? And which Trump did win in 2016, but barely. In this town, you can't win by a 2-1 margin as mayor without winning over a ton of Democrats. So this flyer is painting you Democrats as radical extremists and characterizing them in the same light as the way that these people are characterizing the rioters from January 6th, which is the most vitriolic possible way to characterize people, right? It's ad Hitlerium taken to its logical end and then puked on and jumped over, right? So that's how the DTC leadership has characterized you, the voter, the majority of voters in this town. In fact, the super majority of voters in this town. And when I say everything I'm about to say tonight, remember, I'm deliberately saying DTC leadership because I don't think this is in any way a reflection of the character of not only this town, but of Democrats in this town. I have no problem with Democrats in this town on the whole. And in fact, I voted for them. And I was the one who advocated voting for them. I wish I should have brought this post up. Maybe after our intermission, I'll bring that up again. But it didn't stop there, of course. We talked about what they were doing on Facebook. Yeah, we talked about that. We talked about this. We talked about them taking it up a notch and using the actual Nazi rhetoric. Could this happen again in America? First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Oh my God. So anyone who is not on the side of socialism, not just Democrats, on the side of socialism, is an actual Nazi, actually in favor of genocide, because this is the implication. When you use this quote, this is what that quote is from. Unless they're deliberately using this, unless they're using this like wildly out of context, unless they are wildly expressing extreme incompetence, when it comes to this quote, then this is what they're using it to this is what they're saying. They're using it to characterize people who are not socialists or on the same side as socialists, if you will, as being actually Nazis, actually in favor of genocide. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out. Oh my God. So now we're gaslighting people who vote for Pete Bass as Holocaust supporters, as actual murder, genocide the Jew supporters. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Perhaps stop Trump Republicans, make New Milford proud. I mean, you're sure making New Milford. I mean, if we're talking about making New Milford proud, I mean, I don't know what to tell the folks who put this stuff out. This happened, by the way, in reference to the previous Facebook post. This came out on the same day. On the same day, send in your absentee ballot or vote row A November 2nd. So if you don't send in your absentee ballot and or vote row A on November 2nd, you're the actual genocidal Nazi. Actual genocidal Nazi, right? But again, it didn't stop there. On November 2nd, they're voting. Are you? Stop Trump Republicans. Return your absentee ballot application today. Okay, so that takes you to, as I mentioned, that takes you to a video. Let's see if I have that video. It takes you to a video. No, I don't have that video for tonight. But it takes you to a video that's going to characterize. Do I actually have that video? No, I think I do. Yes, I do. I do, folks. Excuse me. I do have that video. So that link takes you to this video. Excuse me while I get that video. It is right here.
On November 2nd, they're voting. Are you? Vote November 2nd.
Yeah, so excuse me, I had it set to loop. I'm not sure why. But anyways, that's what we're talking about here. And if we're going to characterize that, as an accident, let's bring up that final screenshot. Here we go. Let's bring up that final screenshot. So this is the final frame of that video you just watched. And at the bottom it says paid for by the New Milford DTC, by the NMDTC. And this is what stuff I've already brought up, and this was already informing my vote over a week ago. But after I released that video showing to you exactly what was going on, after I released all of that, it continued. Trump's move. This was after I called the DTC out on all of the nonsense that they were spreading and all of this actually disgusting crap that they're spewing, right? This is after that. They continued. They doubled down on this. Trump's movement thrives in small towns like New Milford. His radical extremists will destroy the country we love with their hatred, violence, and intolerance, but only if we let them. Join us. Stop Trump Republicans in the tracks. On November 2nd, vote row A Democrat. Again, if they're saying if you don't vote row A Democrat, you're supporting by omission Trump's movement, which apparently thrives in small towns like New Milford, and apparently is based on radical extremists that are looking to destroy the country. So if you don't vote row A on November 2nd today, if you don't vote all Democrat, if you vote for any Republicans, then you're here to destroy the country we love with hatred, violence, and intolerance. Have they ever been to New Milford? I mean, supposedly they live here. Has the DTC leadership, have any of the members of the DTC leadership even been to New Milford? Are they serious? Do they honestly think that this is an honest characterization of the character of New Milford? And we will circle back to that. So believe me. But again, it kept going. I called them out on this again, and it kept going. These things keep me up at night. The big lie. Insurrectionists attempting to overthrow our government. So how about the insurrectionists that try to burn down a courthouse, a federal courthouse for how many months and actually tried to burn it down? Or how about the Chaz or the Chop, where you had an actual insurrection, you had an actual establishment of new government, you had an actual seizure of United States territory, like if privately owned sections of the United States to create a new state. I don't know how. I don't know how that's anything other than an insurrectionist movement. If it's coming from not even the halls of a government, it's just people with guns taking over whole city blocks and declaring unilaterally independence by force. I don't know how that's not an insurrection, but hey, maybe some people who were rioting and breaking and entering into unarmed, breaking and entering into the Capitol building. Yeah, I mean, that's a real insurrection. Speaking of which, these are the most armed people on earth. Right? Like, these are the most armed people, certainly in the United States. And not one of them had a gun on them that day. Not one. Not one. So far, the evidence indicates that not one of them had a gun on them that day. So I can call them rioters. I can call them bad people. I don't have to resort to this smearing. And this, when you lie like this about your characterization of people, it hurts your message. It takes away from these people bad, right? And people who say, Q sent me, here we go. Trump-inspired radicals recruiting more members than ever before. In Connecticut, hate speech and far-right propaganda has increased 293%. No link, no citation, of course, and no description, of course, what hate speech and far-right propaganda actually means. Although this seems an awful lot like Goebbels-inspired propaganda. Like Goebbels would definitely be very proud of what the DTC leadership has smeared the general electorate of New Milford with. And again, this is not me categorically making a categorization or categorical statement about Democrats in this town. This is about the DTC leadership. Gun sales in the U.S. have soared. Is it in response to this? Is it in response to in response to the fear-mongering that's going on here? Almost half of all Americans believe we are headed for another civil war. Again, is it because of this? Is it because you're painting the other side as genocidal maniacs? You're painting people who are voting for Pete Bass as exterminationists, as people who are there to bring on the Holocaust and who are there to exterminate the Jews. Believing vaccines carry microchips. Oh my God. Anyone who says this, understand they're joking. It's an obvious joke. We can't afford Trump Republicans taking over New Milford. So again, vote column A on a Democrat on 11-2. If you're looking to vote for somebody who's not on column, and it's not column A, it's row A. First things first. Jesus. Can't even get that right. If you're looking to vote row A, if anything other than row A, maybe you're looking to vote row C, which is a write-in candidate who is a Democrat. We're going to get to that in a minute, folks. You're all of this. You're all of this, right? You're in support of the worst characterization of all of this that they're eliciting. But it didn't stop there. This is a flyer that went out most recently. Stop Trump extremists. Be a voter. Polls are open. Vote vote row A. Again, smearing people who vote for Pete Bass. For Pete Bass as being Trump extremists, right? Trump extremists. That's what's going on here. So again, this is the issue. This is the issue that unfortunately, like, oh my God, excuse me, folks.
2nd.
I completely forgot about all this. Excuse me, folks. Again, it would not be an episode of the Mike Sennello Show.
They're voting. Are you?
Hold
Vote
on. Why
November
is this not
2nd.
stopping? Here we go. Jeez, I'm crow. Okay, so hold on. We got to do this. Yes, again, it would not be an episode of the Mike Sennello Show without technical difficulties. So, as I mentioned, the thing that you're seeing right here, that is a link to the Zoom meeting I've put together. If you want to join in the conversation, if you want to get your voice heard, go ahead and fill that out. Put that in your browser search bar, and you can join in on that conversation. Be happy to pull you in. Just raise your hand if you come in, so I know that you want to join in the conversation. So this is the single issue that I've been talking about. This is the thing that I've been talking about that's been affecting how I've decided to vote this time around. Right? So you saw all of the things that went on from the that came out of the DTC's mouth. So let's hear how Pete Bass, the opposition, the guy you could be voting for, let's see how he characterized. Let me do this. Okay. So let's see how he characterized the January 6th riots.
I'd like to talk about the Capitol riots. For those that chose violence, looting, and vandalism last Wednesday at the Capitol, they should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. The actions of these violent protesters is completely unjustified and unacceptable. The blatant disregard for the people's house is both appalling and un-American. Our brave men and women in the armed forces have sacrificed their time, talent, and in some cases their lives for this great country and the Capitol that it represents. The First Amendment is a key component of our Constitution, but when that devolves into destruction of property and loss of life, it no longer is free speech, but thuggery, and it must be stopped in its tracks, no matter where it is. As a country, we need to pull together to tackle issues. COVID-19, businesses struggling to survive, unemployment, income, wage gaps, food insecurity, looming evictions, mental illness, drug addiction, child isolation, and the list goes on. By working and pulling together, there's nothing we cannot achieve. We have proved that time and time again, from putting a man on the moon, defeating polio, and now a vaccine for this hideous virus. We can and will persevere as the greatest nation on earth.
Pretty unequivocal. I would say that I can sum this video up in one word, and that, of course, is unequivocal. I don't know how else to characterize this. This is the guy that is supposedly, if you vote for him, you're voting for in favor of the rioters, or the characterization of the rioters that say the DTC is trying to elicit, right? If you're voting for that guy with that unequivocal statement about January 6th, you're voting for actual Nazis and actual support of genocide. Like this is the smear that's going on right now, and that continues to go on, and that the DTC and their leadership and their ilk have full-on doubled down on. And we'll talk about that eventually here. So folks who are just joining in, if you're coming in, let me know which of the interviews you guys want me to go over. I did a series of interviews with the local candidates here in New Milford. I interviewed Mayor Pete Bass. I interviewed BOE candidate Eric Hansel, Town Council candidate Mike Nahom, Board of Finance candidates Diane Clafe and Joe DiGregorio, Town Council candidate Sal Rankowitz, Board of Finance candidate Robin Mann, and Board of Finance chair and candidate for re-election Walter O'Connor. So yeah, if you guys are watching this, please do remember to share this for me, so we can get as many people brought in as we possibly can. Again, we will probably take an intermission at some point here, because I don't know if I can do this for 4 hours straight. But getting back to the conversation. I showed you what the DTC has been putting out. I showed you how Pete Bass actually responded to this. Again, on January 11th of this year, the very first town council meeting after the riots of January 6th. And by the way, the town council, at Pete Bass' request, added the agenda item of mayor's comments. There wasn't supposed to be mayor's comments that day. There wasn't. He asked the town council to add that agenda item in ad hoc so that he could give that unequivocal response, so that he could offer those comments. Again, I'd say that's pretty unequivocal, right? And and to that effect, you would expect that there would be some sort of access that you'd be giving to the opposing, if you're the opposition. If you're the one saying, listen, these guys are that bad, then I would think that you would want to have people have access to you in your campaign. But if there's a second issue that I'm voting on, and it's kind of seriously directly linked to the first one here, Ted Hines' campaign has gone through extraordinary efforts to deny access to the public. Now, this has been, the big T word here, of course, is transparency. Now, I'm trying to get everybody away from transparency and to use the word daylight, because that's what we're actually referring to here, is daylight. And we're getting absolutely none of it. Now, I'm trying to shine the light. I'm trying to bring the disinfectant of daylight to these topics. That's what I'm trying to do here, and what I've been trying to do here with the interviews, which is why I've tried to lay as level a hand as I possibly can with these interviews. When I talk about these things on my show, I'm the guy who's just turning on the flashlight and saying, look, this is what's happening. This is what's happening. And you know what? If you guys see that as a bad thing, then that's on whoever did the bad thing, not the person who's shown the light on the bad thing. So, yes, Ted Hines' campaign has gone through extraordinary efforts to deny access to the public, despite these extraordinary claims, some of which we're not going to have time to get to today even, but we've talked about on previous podcasts. We've talked about on previous versions of the show. So I don't know if you guys heard, but since the last episode of the Mike Sennello Show, in terms of the actual shows rather than the interviews, yes, I have full-on been blocked from the DTC. So excuse me while I bring up this post so you guys can see this. And you know what? I think I'm going to have to resize this one. Let me get to, that. Let me go ahead and resize this so you guys can see it a little better. Right? Let's make this just a little bit bigger so you guys can read it more easily. There you go. There you go. And now let's just get this so that you can be clear that it's me that's saying it and I'm not hiding anything. Okay. It's official. The New Milford DTC has blocked me from their Facebook page. I guess they didn't like it when I let the public know what they had to say in their Facebook page. You guys will have to take the screenshots for me and send them in something about transparency. So on that night, on October 23rd, we are now at that point, we are 10 days away from the election. The local DTC on their Facebook page laid down the block hammer. Oh, I need to get this thing brought up to the top so people can see it. So they laid down the ban hammer and banned a ton of people from their Facebook page. So I can no longer view their Facebook page except for what Richie Lathers has basically sent as messages to them. I can't see any of their pictures. I can't see their background. I can barely even see they exist. But I'm not the only one. Apparently, lots and lots and lots of people were banned on that night from viewing the DTC's Facebook page. So I've actually had to go to kind of extraordinary lengths and get kind of dummy accounts so I can see all what's going on there. But so you know, again, if we're talking about daylight, if we're talking about transparency, this is what we're getting. This is the response we're getting. That people like me who say, here's the flashlight, this is what they're doing on their page, this is the message that they're trying to send out, they don't want people to find out about this. That speaks to me. If that's the case, if people reveal what you're doing, if people share what you're doing, and you have to go to extraordinary efforts to block them from seeing it, the thing that you're doing is probably the wrong thing. But worse, as we all know, we had this whole nonsense. Hold on, yes. We had this whole nonsense this past week with, how else can I put it? With what was supposed to be a debate on Thursday. So how should I go through this? Let me start off with a conversation about what was supposed to happen Thursday night. So on last Thursday night, there was supposed to be a debate between Ted Hine and Mayor Bass. For the record, there has been a mayoral debate for the mayoral candidates in every election going back to before when Mayor Grombach defeated, before the election cycle when Mayor Grombach defeated the incumbent Mayor Pat Murphy at the time, in 2015. So this is the first year in a very long time where we've had a mayoral election and no mayoral debate. And I want to tell you guys this, the inside baseball of what's going on here. So I personally offered back in May to both parties to be because you guys know I run Taylor Media. I offered both parties back in May the opportunity to have this in-person debate, to use, say, the New Milford High School auditorium, because in years past we've had technical difficulties with, say, the PA system, and we know that if we use the New Milford High School auditorium, we're using a facility where they use the PA system regularly enough to know that it's going to work, where you have proper stage lighting, where you have excellent seating, where you can accommodate hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. I thought that was the way to do it, and you get this stuff orchestrated in May because you have to have that much leeway. You have to have that much advance notice in order to be able to secure that event for, say, a Saturday in early October, late September, which is what I was aiming for. I set that invitation out in May of this year. So it's now, almost 6 months ago I sent out that invitation. And in the same time, in the same breath, I know that the RTC was sending that invitation out back then, and we've continued on this track. Me personally and the RTC, I sent out invitations to Ted Hine, to his campaign. I sent out to his Ted Hine's personal Facebook page, to his campaign Facebook page, I sent out an email to the DTC leadership, to the DTC's main email, and to Ted Hine's campaign manager. I sent out. I even tried sending secondhand requests through members of, say, town council or through other members of the DTC who I know were serving on the DTC, and said, listen, I feel like I'm getting ignored here. Maybe you can help me spread the word. I'm hoping to give people an opportunity to debate here. I'm the one that said, let's have town council debates. I think that'd be kind of cool. I'm also the one that said, if you guys aren't going to be able to do this in person and you need something last minute, I'm happy to have you guys come on the show and host the debate. I'm happy to have Ken Taylor and send out the invitation to Ken Taylor to come on and moderate, and I would just MC to make sure the technical stuff is going through properly, right? Couldn't get utter crickets. I went so far as to attempt to shake Ted Hine's hand at Riverfest and make the offer in person to have that debate in person. I offered to be the company that would broadcast it to Facebook and to YouTube simultaneously for free, and I got this. I got the cold shoulder. That was the response I got. For all intents and purposes, it was, yeah, we got your request. We're still thinking about it. I invited him to come on the show to have a conversation and have an interview. And again, I never got a response. I never got a response from Ted Hine's campaign. I know, because I know these people, that this debate conversation had been happening for months between the RTC and the DTC. I know what kind of lengths the RTC went through to get that debate to happen. I was one of the first persons that was informed 2 weeks ago that Thursday night they were trying to schedule a debate, and that the DTC had all but accepted it. Right? They already apparently decided on a moderator, decided on a location, decided on time, talked to League of Women Voters. And by the way, when you wait till the last week before election to make a decision, you're going to be stuck. You're going to be stuck with whatever dates and times and locations you can get, and with whatever host is willing to actually host the debate, and to whatever moderator is willing to moderate the debate, right? So for somebody like me to offer my company's services, completely for free on that short a notice, I mean, that's a huge ask. And at the last possible minute, the rug was yanked out from underneath us. At the last possible minute on Monday morning of last week, that's when the notice went out that it wasn't going to happen. And quite frankly, I'm going to pick a side. I'm going to pick a side because I know the insider baseball, and it was Ted Hine's campaign that made that last minute decision. So they decided not to have that debate. And they decided instead to have, supposedly, and there was another event that was taking place on Thursday night. So Ray Lewis and I on Monday afternoon said, screw it. We're members of the community. We're going, this is New Milford. We can make this happen. So this is the formal offer that we just made in the public light, in the public purview. And the reason you make this in the public purview is to hold people's feet to the fire, is to make it so that there's no confusion as to what's happening behind closed doors and to what's happening behind the scenes. You make these offers public so that no one can say, hey, listen, what you actually did. I just want to make sure I got. Okay, so I should probably have turned off notifications on Facebook here. Is to make sure that, like, when we make this offer, everyone knows exactly what the terms are of the offer, and we know exactly who has accepted the offer and who hasn't. So this is the post itself. Share. This is the official offer being made right now by members of the community willing to donate and volunteer their services. We will need the community to pitch in to make this happen on such short notice should the offer be accepted, but the offer stands as is regardless. Please let Ray Lillis and I know if you can help. Let's have the candidates publicly put their money where their mouths are so we don't have to, quote unquote, pick sides as to what is actually happening behind the scenes. And yes, I tagged as many people as I possibly could. Will you accept the offer? Respond with a date and time. Note, Oddfellows Hall can only, and I'm only bringing this up because it needs to be said, by code, seat 149. So we'll have a projector TV setup. This is the lengths that the community is willing to go through to make this happen. set up in the parking lot with speakers for those who can't fit, and we'll be pumping this out via live stream to Facebook and YouTube, so you can just pull out your phones or watch from home if we exceed capacity. This is New Milford. This town can make this happen. And this is because I was being utterly bombarded with requests from the community to just make this happen. So this is the original post I posted on Ted Hines' election page. Ted Hines for mayor. Ray Lillis has offered to host the debate at Oddfellows Hall anytime, any day from here to Election Day. I have offered to record and broadcast the debate at Oddfellows Hall for free with just 12 hours notice, so long as I can get a volunteer or two to help with setup. New Milford Mayor Pete Bass has already told the community he'd be willing to bend over backward with the schedule to fit this in. It's not too late. Pick a date, pick a time, accept the offer publicly. This whole community is going way out of its way to make this happen. The ball is entirely in your court. I wish I could show you guys the responses, but I can't because some of them have been deleted, so it would be unfair for me to do that. But the response from this has been utter vitriol. It hasn't been, a polite, sorry, no thanks, right? It hasn't been that at all. The response has been, screw you guys. Listen, I get it. Ray Lillis is a professional troll, right? Like he's going to say the things that you guys don't want to hear, but he's being a professional troll and he's damn good at it. But that's all he is. Right? Yes, of course he has a personal politic. So does everyone who casts a damn vote. And we know this by virtue of the fact they're casting a vote. Right? So my response to all of that, of course, has been, and I'm going to talk about how my ballot was filled out, has been to make certain recommendations, like voting for certain Democrats, which has been characterized as radical extremist behavior by Democrats, by members, by the ilk who are in cohorts with the DTC leadership, have characterized me telling Democrats to vote for Democrats as being radical extremist behavior and radical extremism. The response to this is that, oh, you guys are bad faith actors. You know how you prove that we're bad faith actors? Accept the offer. Accept the offer. Come on the show. Show us once that, Reed, if you're watching, Reed, you're the one that, if you're, Marosh, if you're watching, I'll name a name. If you're watching, I'm happy to have you on. You see this link right here, everybody? This tiny URL link is going to take you to the Zoom meeting I've got open right here, right now. Happy to pull anyone in who wants to come in. Anyone. You want to come in and talk about how you voted, what you think the issues are? Happy to have you come in. If you want to just come in and say repeat, if you're Ray Lillis who just wants to go hashtag repeat, Ray, happy to have you on and say hashtag repeat. This is the link you can come to my Zoom meeting. Speaking of which, this is an actual Zoom meeting that's happening right now. And here's the link for it. Anyone can watch it. Go ahead, please do share this video on YouTube, on Facebook, share it wherever you want. Happy to have anyone come in. Anyone come in. And I may even at intermission, I may share this. Because why not? Because on Thursday night, the reason the debate didn't happen supposedly was because this is what we knew on Monday night, an event scheduled for Thursday night. Apparently, the DTC leadership reached out to Pete Bass on Wednesday night, who, because there was such a last-minute cancellation of the debate, he was just going to have an AMA town hall, right? So people could still... Hi, Marissa. Hi, Joe. Joe, I can't actually post this in the chat. I really don't want to risk having a raid here. So I would be happy to send... to private message these links to folks. So if you guys want me to private message it to you, I will happily private message it to you. For now, this is the best I can do without getting myself in trouble here. I really don't want to share the Zoom link itself because there are bots out there that are scrubbing the internet, and this is a legitimate interest, that are scrubbing the internet for these type of links, right, that say zoom.us or zoom.com, and then they bombard these meetings. With bots, which is part of a raid. So yeah, Joe, if you want to come in and join, that I'm happy to have you on. Marissa, I see that you're watching too. Marissa, if you want to come in and join too, happy to have you guys do that. If somebody wants to put this in a notepad file and just share the notepad file, happy to have that. Joe, Marissa, please guys, share this video because it's real. I really want to use this whole afternoon long stream as a way to offer my thanks and gratitude to the people who have been joining in this whole time, because this is something that people have come to me for. A number of people have called me, texted me, messaged me, said to me in person, "Hey, are you going to do something for election day? We'd really like you to have, we'd really like to hear what you have to say," and all of these things. But anyways, getting back to what was happening last Thursday night, of course, there was supposedly there was a town hall that was going to be happening for Ted Hine on that same night. Pete didn't know that. And the reason Pete didn't know that is because the DTC didn't disclose to Pete what the actual event was that they were having on Thursday night and what that actual conflict was. So Pete, being a decent dude that he was, rescheduled the meeting, his own event, with like 24 hours notice, and had to call Mike Furman and Billy Mo Buckby and tell them, listen, we're rescheduling the whole thing for a day later. And then he put on his Facebook page exactly how you could follow it, exactly how you could watch it, promoted the death out of it, made it as public as possible, and held the event on Facebook, and hung out for 2 hours. For 2 hours, he hung out with people and answered every single question that went through on Facebook. Every single one. All you had to do is go onto Facebook and enter the chat. So again, read. All you have to do is come into the chat. All you have to do is go into this link right here and join in. You know, anyone who wants to challenge the other side and hold our feet to the fire, opportunity offered. Opportunity, you know, in Pete's Bass case, fulfilled. And we're going to talk about that. So on Thursday night, what you were supposed to have to do was email this link, email this fellow, right? And supposedly a link was going to be sent out for the Zoom meeting at 5 p.m. No one got the link. No one. My web of connections in this town extends to thousands of people. I don't know any Democrats who got the link. I don't know anyone who knows anyone who got the link. So at this point, Pixar didn't happen. At this point, it sounds to me like they just, and I'm trying so hard to apply Hanlon's razor here, but I don't know how to do it at this point. At this point, I'm of the belief that there was no meeting, that this was just something that was done at the absolute last minute as a way of saying, this is why we're bailing out on the debate. Because honestly, I have no idea what Ted Hine and his campaign, I have a hard time not comparing and contrasting to Tom O'Brien. Tom O'Brien coming in, had name recognition, served on boards and commissions, and had a campaign thing that had an actual issue that he was campaigning on, the river trail. It's probably not the wisest of things to campaign on, but had an actual thing. Ted Hine is campaigning on, I've been here all my life. So what? So what? Right? The DTC is also running Board of Finance candidate Robin Mann, who very grateful to have her on the show. That showed an enormous amount of character to be willing to come on the show. But she's been here for all of 2 years. So, you know, if this is a big deal, then the DTC is telling voters not to vote for Robin Mann in that case. I don't think that that's really that big a deal. I don't care if you've been here your whole life. I don't think that's actually a reflection of your character. Now, I do believe that there's probably a threshold, right, below which you really need to be able to have some time to involve yourself in the community to get an understanding of its character, so you don't have this type of smearing that's been going on. You don't succumb to the type of smearing that's been going on over the past 2 weeks. And we're going to get into that. Hi, Ray. Ray, I've been listening. Just never entered. Thanks, Ray. Happy to have you on. And Ray, if you, Ray, hashtag repeat. There's Ray with his hashtag repeat like he always does everywhere he goes. So that's what happened on Thursday night. And instead, and the way we know that Pete Bass actually had his event, is that we have it on Facebook. You can go to his Relect page, and there it is, pinned to the top of his page. And you can watch the whole thing start to finish today. Oh, almost, several days later. You can watch the whole thing today. And let me tell you, folks, I got the chance to interview Pete to kick off my series of interviews with the candidates. And that was a great interview. Pete Bass was the guy who, when I said, Pete, I'd love to have, I was giving him the in-person invitation to come on the show and to kick off the series. He interrupted me to accept the offer. Before I could even finish my sentence, he said, let's do it. Anytime, any day, let's just do it. Send me the link. And we had such an awesome conversation that I promised him an hour. And an hour in, there was so much coming in from the community. You had so much participation. I had so much more involvement with it. Pete seemed to be having such a great time with it. I asked Pete if he'd stay a little longer, and a little longer turned into an extra hour. We had Pete on for 2 hours answering really hard questions and answering questions from you, the audience, live, which he does every Wednesday night. He has his own show for his own videos that he pumps out Wednesday night. You can ask him whatever questions you want. This past Wednesday night, he stayed live for almost 2 hours. So when Ted Hines' campaign has gone to extraordinary lengths to deny access to the public, Pete Bass held a public hearing on Monday night and let it run 35 minutes over. And then there was public comment open for the town council meeting that happened immediately after that. Pete Bass then had on Wednesday night his nightly podcast, his nightly live stream, which ran for 2 hours. And then on Friday night had his town hall on his campaign page for 2 hours. And then on Saturday morning in the pouring rain, came out at way early. It's supposed to be 11 to 1, got there at like 10 o'clock, 10:30 in the morning, and had his coffee with the mayor in the pouring rain. For hours, anyone could go up to Pete and ask any question, and he was happy to answer them. This is why that tent had 40 people in that at one point, and why the north end of the green with a sitting U.S. senator could only attract 10 or 12. I'm sorry, but if we could get the nearest Republican center to show up to the RTC event at the south end of the green, do you think we'd get 12 people? No, that's kind of an embarrassing show. And Joe DiGregorio and I talked about going up to them when there were only 4 or 5 people there after the senator had left and asking those questions. Honestly, it was such a pitiful sight that he and I decided it would be in poor taste to do that. It would be an insult to go up to Ted and ask him the questions that everybody's been wanting to ask him. And since you can't ask him any of these questions, since I have no idea how to get him to answer any of these questions, since he's not knocked on the doors of anyone I know, right? And that's the only way he's getting access to him, then he's not allowing access to you. And I kind of agree with the people who say maybe this is a reflection of what his tenure as mayor would actually look like. So again, everybody, okay. Passcode, Joe DiGregorio. There is no passcode. Come on in. There's never a passcode on this show. This is something I'm experimenting with, having people have the opportunity to just join in. Joe, let me know if you want me to send you private message you the link that you can see, that everyone can see right here. I'll happily privately message that link to people, because I just don't want to run the risk of running a raid here. I just don't want to be bombarded by porn on screen. So that's the reason I'm doing all of this. Ray Lillis has been here his whole life. Me too, Ray. I want to point out that I've asked everybody who's come on my show the same question. This is an element of fairness. I don't give people the questions in advance, but I always start off with the same question. Pete, what brought you to New Milford? Robin Mann, what brought you to New Milford? Sal Rankowitz, what brought you to New Milford? For some people, the answer is the good doctors over at New Milford Hospital. For Ray and me, it sounds like we have the same answer. Lisa Mariegi, hashtag Lillis for King. Yeah, I'm fully aware of the troll campaign that's going on. Yes, there's been an incredibly unscientific poll that's gone out on the New Milford page about who people think is going to win. The most recent one has Pete winning in a landslide, and we're going to get to my predictions in a minute. But yeah, I find it funny that in these polls, Ted Hine isn't even polling second, and in some cases is barely falling in the top 5. Okay. Joe asked for the passcode. No, there is no passcode. Have you seen the poll I've been taking on the New Milford page? Mention the votes. Yes, I actually have. Maybe I'll bring that up later. I'll bring up the poll. It's very unscientific, but it's a funny poll. I offered to film it. You were much more reasonable than I was. That's Joe talking about what happened over the weekend. True. Joe, I'm trying. Ray Lillis, it won't let you click on it. Yeah, no, you have to type it in. You have to actually type this in, unfortunately. So we do have an attendee, and that is Joe. Joe, whenever you want to come in, just raise your hand. I'll make sure you come in. So I want to talk about how my ballot is going to be filled out, because this is basically the only issue I'm bothering to vote on. So I'm going to bring up an Excel spreadsheet here because there's some weird stuff. There's some weirdness. Here, let me get this brought up. There's some weirdness with what you're allowed to do when it comes to actual ballots. So in this case, I'm going to start and let you guys know how I voted, because I didn't do the thing that you most likely thought. So I put an Excel spreadsheet here. So anyone who comes on and wants to talk about how they voted, I have another one set up for everybody else so you guys can do this. So this was pretty easy for me. Since it was a single issue vote, I wanted to send a message to all of these people up here. And most importantly to, well, this person right here who is the DTC chair. Right, so I was casting my ballot not necessarily to get these people elected, but to at the very least send a message. So this is who I voted for in terms of the ones that were on the ballot, all across the board in terms of mayor and town council. Now you'll see up here, you get 9 votes. So I used the write-in, so I could write in Walter Bear. And then to send a further message, I know these people may not qualify as far as getting elected is concerned. But again, to continue sending the message, Lisa Hida and Liba Furman. So these are Democrats. And excuse me while let me readjust this so you guys can see some of this stuff better. Let me readjust this just a hair. Just a hair. Come on now. Again, it wouldn't be an episode of the Mike Sennello Show without technical difficulties. But here you go. Here you go. Now you can see this kind of a little bit better, right? So yeah. So this is how my ballot looked, and I'll fill in these votes so you can see them. And by the way, I made this public. So if you're like me, if you haven't voted yet, and you want to send a message, here's a great way to send a message. Here are 3 Democrats that I'm willing to cast my vote for. So yes, I voted for all 6 Republicans running for town council, and of course Pete Bass. And to send a message to the DTC, please do like I said. Now, I realize that Lisa Hida and Liba Furman may not actually qualify, and they may not get elected, but so what? So what? If we can get even 50 people on board with this write-in, with this sort of writing in, then maybe it'll send a message not only to the DTC, but to these 2 Democrats who we can get behind and vote for. All right, so let's go down the rest of the line. So let's go to Board of Finance. This is, again, we're sending a message here. And, I'd probably vote for Joe anyways. These are every one of these members of the Board of Finance that I just highlighted came on to my show and had a conversation. Now, Robin Mann, we may bring her up. I want to later on in this broadcast, since we're going all day, go over my previous interviews. So please, guys, in the chat, let me know which interview you're most interested in me going back over. I would be happy to go over any one of the interviews. And again, all 3 of these people and Robin Mann were on my show. So this is how I'm voting for the Board of Finance. And again, Board of Education, this was a pretty easy call, and I'll explain why in just a minute. Because I actually covered the only time we had access to these Democrat candidates, right? So that's what my ballot looked like. And then I did this out of sheer solidarity to what's happening with this family and the PTO. Emily Merritt. So Brandon, Emily, if you're watching at home, I know Emily doesn't qualify, but out of pure solidarity with what's been happening with your family and the PTO, I want to show I want to be able to use my vote in an effective manner to show, in this case, solidarity with this family, right? They've been going on with some utter ridiculousous with the PTO. Brandon Merritt, look him up on Facebook, check him out. He's kind of, told this story to everybody on his Facebook page, so you guys can hear about that. So that's me showing solidarity with the Merritt family for what they've run into at the PTO. I had Eric Hansel on my show. So again, voting for him. Deborah Freeman actually had some positions that I thought were kind of interesting to hear from a Democrat. But again, we have to send a message to the DTC. We have to send a message to the DTC. We're going to talk about that, by the way, in a minute. And then again, it was just easy, fill it in across the board. I did write in, and I shouldn't have written his name in, I did write in Sean Emmons for the ZBA vacancy. There was nobody actually running, but I decided to write his name in, again, just to show my solidarity with Sean. I think there's probably a better person to have written in this case, probably Nick Pooter. If I had the chance to take it back, Sean, no offense, I probably would write in Nick Pooter. Nick Pooter seems to be more interested in this sort of thing. And he's served on a number of volunteer positions before. And I think he's somebody that everybody can really get behind. Ray Lillis, 3-1, my guess. And that's where we're going to segue off into my guess of things as far as this is concerned. So Board of Assessment Appeals, Frank Bedetti. Planning Commission, Mike Crespin and George Sam. ZBA Zoning Board of Appeals, Scott Letty and Frank Greco. The vacancy in the ZBA, I wrote in Sean Emmons. And on the Zoning Commission, I wrote it, Bill Taylor and Charles Bogey. So that's what my ballots looked like. And I do just briefly want to get into, I told you that there was, when it comes to the Board of Ed, I told you that there was one time where the Democrats made themselves in some way available. Now, you're not going to get the kind of coverage that and the mainstream that you're going to get on here, which is what I've been trying to do with all this. I'm trying to create an informed electorate. More than anything else, I'm trying to create an informed electorate. That's where the duty lies. Not in pulling a certain lever, but in creating the informed electorate. I've said it a million times, and I'll keep saying it. Hot take. I would rather have people get a library card than a voter registration card. Let me see if Joe's actually raised his hand yet. Yeah, okay, Joe's coming in. Joe, give me just 1 second, and we'll bring in just a minute. The last thing I want to go over, and Joe, maybe I can bring you in to talk about this. Let me get, where is it? Let me make sure I have the right thing. It was the article I put together about the PTO's Meet the Candidates event. Joe, I'll get to you in just a minute. I just want to make sure I have everything. I just want to make sure I have everything where I want it to be. Okay, so I probably don't have what I'm looking for. So let me do this. And let me just change this to, this one. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So this is that post, to go over this. Joe, why don't you come in? Joe, if you want to come in, I can have you, talk about, Joe, if you, I see you put your hand down. If you want to, you can talk about this, the PTO Meet the Candidates event, a recap. So this is what happened on Thursday, October 21st, 2021. Let me just bring that up so everybody can stay. Okay, let's zoom in on this nicely. The New Milford PTO conducted a formal Meet the Candidates event last night in which candidates for the Board of Education answered questions from the PTO and from the attending audience, and in which candidates were given the opportunity to lay out their arguments for earning residents' vote on November 2nd. In attendance were moderator Ken Taylor and candidates Bill Dahl, Chairman Wendy Fallenbach, Deborah Freeman, Eric Hansel, and Tom O'Brien and Leslie Sarich. The event was also attended by between 20 and 25 audience members. I was one of them, trying to take notes as fast as I possibly could. Candidates led with opening statements, which were then followed by a battery of pre-selected questions. After a brief intermission, candidates answered several questions submitted from the audience and selected for asking by moderator Ken Taylor before closing the event with closing arguments. Folks in the chat, let me know if I'm not presenting this in a neutral manner. I tried everything I could to present this in not only an honest manner, but in a neutral manner. As neutral a manner as I can. If you guys think this was unfair, if this was not neutral, let me know. Let me know, and I would love to hear your thoughts on all this. So, topics of discussion range from the annual budget to COVID. Yes, topics range from the annual budget to COVID in the classroom and even the teaching of critical race theory, which we'll talk about in just a second. Though civil, there were a number of areas of disagreement, though agreement on the civil nature and history of the board was unanimous, with several candidates mentioning they did not even know the party of some of the other candidates and the incumbents not up for re-election. All agreed party lines should not determine decision-making on the board and that it historically hasn't. There was also a great deal of agreement in the area of vocational education and the trades, most decrying the dearth of classes focused thereon. Candidate Leslie Sarich intimated an interest in seeing a return of vocational classes to New Milford Public Schools, most specifically a return of the shop classes at Scotticoke Middle School. Candidate Tom O'Brien agreed, quote, "I was delighted to hear Mrs. Sarich speak in support of shop classes. I want to see shop classes brought back," end quote. Mr. O'Brien also spent most of his closing statements advocating for the trades and trades classes. Candidate Eric Hansel also intimated the need for greater focus on courses geared towards future employment opportunities, suggesting that the high school engineering course return to their advanced placement curricula. During the opening statements, Democrats unanimously voiced advocacy for seeing continued acceptance of cultural diversity in the classroom. Candidate Deborah Freeman, who I mentioned before, was the most vocal on this topic, suggesting that all cultures be accepted in the classroom as part of the curriculum. The greatest area of disagreement emerged During questions related to COVID-19, candidates Wendy Fallenbach, Mr. Hansel, Mrs. Sarich, and Bill Dahl expressed opposition to in-classroom mask mandates, while candidates O'Brien and Freeman expressed agreement. So in this case, Bill Dahl, Democrat, and notice how I haven't mentioned party names at all, seems to be in opposition to in-the-classroom mask mandates. So for me, good on Bill. When asked about vaccine mandates, only Mr. O'Brien expressed agreement with mandatory vaccination of children, albeit only, quote, once the vaccine is proven safe for younger children, end quote, with Bill Dahl undecided and the rest of the candidates in opposition. Mr. O'Brien was also alone in his agreement with mandating adults in New Milford Public Schools be vaccinated. Mr. Hansel added concern with the competing interest of mental health and COVID mandates and will later add, quote, the number one killer of people aged 0 to 17 is suicide, and I don't think we've helped out one bit with these masks and with these mandates. When asked about critical race theory, there was further disagreement in some areas of substance. When asked if the BOE had, quote, embraced CRT, critical race theory, Mr. Dahl suggested that he would need to read more into it to offer commentary specific to critical race theory, but that he, quote, supports inclusion. I support cultural diversity. Ms. Freeman also suggested she would, quote, would have to look at the curriculum and get a better idea, end quote. Chairman Fallenbach expressed explicit opposition to the teaching of critical race theory in the classroom in New Milford Public Schools. Quote, I do not support critical race theory, end quote. Folks, that sounds pretty unequivocal to me. I don't know how you think of this, but that's a pretty unequivocal opposition to it. As to whether or not social emotional learning was being used to, quote, bring CRT into the schools, Chairman Fallenbach was, quote, not aware of it encroaching into our SEL conversation, end quote. For the record, we'll go into this maybe later on. It absolutely is a backdoor for CRT to creep in. As to whether or not it is being taught in the classroom, Mr. Hansel said, quote, this is a typo here. I was told it doesn't exist in any way, shape, or form in our schools, end quote. Mr. O'Brien dismissed concerns of critical race theory entering the classroom, and this is where he becomes unelectable in my opinion, saying, quote, my understanding of CRT is that it is an academic discipline taught at the college level and graduate school level in order to look at serious problems in our country like economic decline and other things, seeing racism as a contributing factor. What an understatement. It has nothing to do with the public schools at all, as far as I know. However, we need to teach our actual history. So if I teach that there is an Ubermensch of people of a certain Aryan-style race, and that they are being oppressed by the capitalism, which is synonymous with Judaism, and that the appropriate response is to, ostracize at the very least the Judaism and the Jews in the classroom in favor of the Aryan race, which has been oppressed. Well, I'm not spreading Nazism. I'm not spreading Hitlerism. I'm not reciting Mein Kampf. I'm just saying that, the Aryan race is an Ubermensch. There's a race of Ubermensch that's been being oppressed unfairly by a certain other race called the Jews, right? And I know it's going to happen. People are going to clip what I just said out of context and say, oh, this is what Mike believes. Yeah, sure. Here, go ahead, Ray. Go ahead, Reed. Go ahead. Clip that out of context. I'm sure that's where folks who have been calling me racist, I don't know where they're getting that from, is getting it. But yeah, this is what I mean. This is what CRT is. CRT, just because you're not teaching it under the heading of CRT doesn't mean you're teaching the core elements of CRT, which we're going to have to get into in another video. But the basic tenets of CRT are that it's an extension of critical legal studies, of course, but it is an overt rejection of the classical vision of racism espoused by folks like Martin Luther King Jr. It's an overt rejection of racial blindness in favor of looking at everything through the lens of race and to envision any sort of outcome which does not favor a particular race as an oppression of that race, and to establish a priori that a specific race, whites, are oppressing another race, in this case blacks, and that you are of the character of these races, not by virtue of your skin color, but by virtue of some intersection of your skin color and these characteristics that we can ascribe to that skin color. This is what we've called throughout all of human existence overt racism. overt and disgusting racism of the highest order. And when you do things like tell students to bifurcate themselves by race, and then to force the white students to decry their white privilege and explain where they have experienced that sort of white privilege, you're teaching the core tenets of CRT, even though you're not using the heading CRT to teach it. So this is where Tom O'Brien to me becomes unelectable. This is a great country, but some bad things have happened in the past, and the kids need to be taught so that we don't make these mistakes again, end quote. So this is the gaslight of, if we're trying to ban CRT, we're trying to ban history. No. We're trying to ban in the classroom teaching kids that the appropriate lens to view things through is exclusively race, and to ascribe character judgments and value judgments to individuals, not based on the merits of the individual, but based on these a prioristic tenets of the group characteristics that are being externally applied to them. That's disgusting. That's disgusting, and it does not belong in the classroom. And it's just plain racism. It's plain teaching that there are Übermensch and there are Untermensch. And it is plain teaching that the Jude are synonymous with capitalistism, right? Like, this is just straight up Mein Kampf, but with race. But with, instead of Aryan race, we're looking at things like systemic race, or however the CRTs and supporters and intersectionalists conveniently define race. Though Ms. Sarich agreed CRT was not being taught in the classroom, she expressed opposition to the SEL classes her daughter has taken at high school, saying, quote, "My daughter has gotten nothing from it. That's what she's told me," end quote. There was some disagreement on an audience question asking if the BOE had a duty to build a budget which would likely pass at first referendum. That was a question I asked. Mr. Dahl suggested that the duty was to build a budget which would achieve town council approval instead. Mr. O'Brien agreed that there is a duty to build a budget that will likely pass at first referendum, but said the BOE, quote, "should not make sacrifices strictly so the budget passes," end quote. All of the other candidates agreed that the BOE has the duty in the aforementioned audience question. My question. In their closing statements, all of the candidates expressed an overall agreement with continuing the history of civility, even during contentious disagreement, and that said civility was one of the pleasures they looked forward to in serving on the board. On his hiatus from his previous service on the Board of Education, Mr. Dahl captured the sentiment, quote, "I love serving on the BOE, and I miss it," end quote. A scorecard of selected yes-no questions and answers can be found in the attached photo. Folks, let me know if you want me to actually go through this. It's basically most of the questions we've already asked. There was one question about firearms. Should teachers be allowed to carry handguns ever? Believe it or not, Deborah Freeman and Eric Hansel, of all people, were the only ones who, oh boy, I click on the COVID stuff and I get in trouble, who said who agreed with the sentiment that some teachers should be allowed to carry handguns at some point ever. So that's how that went. That's the kind of courage you're going to get from me. And that to me is why, in the case of Tom O'Brien, I find him in his office completely unelectable. And it's, if I were to vote exclusively on the issues, then when it comes to the Board of Education, I think that's an incredibly valuable tool to have. And we're going to expand on that on this channel at some point. I see I have a message in the chat. I'm probably the wrong guy for that conversation. So Joe, yeah, dude, just raise your hand and I'm happy to bring you on for anything. Now, as far as my predictions are concerned, let me make sure I'm following my notes. As far as my predictions are concerned, Regular List says 3-1 my guess. Regular List says, I wrote in Walter Bear and voted for Anthony Morrissey. I like that Anthony isn't a politician and is very vocal in the community and puts in work. The rest was Republican across the board. Okay. And Ray, I disagree with that from the standpoint of this is how I wanted to fill out my ballot. But as far as a principled way to fill out a ballot, that's not an unprincipled way to fill out a ballot. And I can kind of get behind, if that's how you wanted to fill out your ballot, I can kind of get behind that idea. The way I filled out my ballot was in terms of principle. I wanted to send a message to the DTC leadership and to Democrats in town that we're happy to vote for you. We are happy as a community to vote for Democrats, but we need to have some sort of order here. We cannot have what's been coming out of the DTC leadership for the past few years, and especially over the last 2 weeks. And it's time for people in the Democrat ranks to just take over, to just come to terms with the reality here. Like I've said, full on stage a coup. Of course, I don't mean that violently. Obviously, I mean through obvious democratic means within the DTC ranks, and just stage a coup and have the entire leadership, of course, by democratic means, ousted. So here's my bold prediction. And Joe DiGregorio, I'd love to have you on to talk about this because he and I kind of disagree on this. My bold prediction is that I talked about a compare and contrast of Tom O'Brien's campaign and Ted Hines' campaign. I talked about how Tom O'Brien came in with some name recognition, came in with a campaign platform to stump on, came in with experience in town government, and was actually fairly popular coming in, and he got skunked. So first things first, when it comes to these local elections, everything is down ballot of the mayor. So if the mayor does really well, whatever party the mayor is that does really well, that party is going to do pretty well down ballot. Right? Because most people don't know who people on the Board of Assessment Appeals are. Most people don't know who are on the ZBA. Most people don't even know what the ZBA is. Most people don't know what the Planning Commission is or what it even does, let alone who's on it. You'll be lucky to get even a majority of voters who are capable of naming even a majority of the members of town council. Now, when it comes to Pete Bass, he's got instant name recognition all across town, and he's been as accessible as any candidate ever. One of the things I forgot to mention, Pete has given out on multiple occasions on my show, on my channel, his personal cell phone number. I'm not willing to do it. That's more guts than I've got. And in her defense, Robin Mann did the same thing. So, my applause to Robin Mann for having the guts and the temerity to hand out her personal cell phone number. And I know my audience, and I have to say it, like, guys, when she gave out her personal cell phone number, that is not an invitation for you to go harass her. That is not an invitation for you guys to go and bombard her with phone calls. Don't do it. Take the high road, right? If you guys got questions you want to ask her with civil discourse, that's cool and all, but like, honestly, civil discourse, that's what that phone number is here for. But at the same time, Tom O'Brien got skunked, and every Republican who was running for office won in a landslide in 2019. So if Tom O'Brien in his candidacy, who, by the way, didn't spew the vitriol that this past campaign spewed over the last 2 weeks, and maybe a little bit more, 2 to 3 weeks, let's say, if that's the case, then I don't know how Ted Hine doesn't get utterly skunked. I don't know how Ted Hine does better than Tom O'Brien, who lost 2-1. 2-1. Tom O'Brien lost 67-33 in 2019. I don't know how Ted Hine does any better than that. I don't know how he possibly could do better than that. So from the outlook of things, I would say just from name recognition alone and how unbelievably popular Pete Bass has been, and the comments and statements I've been getting from generic Democrats in town and how they have had no access, how there's been an active campaign from Ted Hines' side of the aisle to avoid access, an active campaign to avoid it at this point. I don't know how you possibly do better than that. So my bold prediction is, yes, Ray, I'm totally on board. MJ, let me get back to you in just a second. I am totally on board with your estimation of things. My bet right now, if I'm going to pin a whole number to it, is 73%. So Joe actually disagrees with me. Joe, I'm going to bring you in audio only because it's just going to be too hard to do video. So Joe, whenever you're ready to unmute. MJ, Joe, let me see if I hear you. Go ahead. Hold on. Go ahead. Okay, so people aren't going to be able to hear you just yet. Let me add a audio output capture there. And then let's fade. Go ahead, talk to folks now. Say hi to everybody.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? So,
all right, now we got Joe. So before you get on, Joe, real quick, MJ. Pete is a consensus builder. Absolutely true. As evidenced by the fact that he's had a lot of Democrats support over the years. MJ, this link right here, this tiny URL link, if you want to just type that into your browser bar, that'll allow you to get into the Zoom meeting. Unfortunately, I can't publicly share these Zoom links because there are bots out there scrubbing the internet for zoom.us and zoom.com extensions. So that's why I've kind of put it here. MJ, if you want me to private message you that link, I'll be happy to do that. Just put in the chat that that's what you want to do. Folks, I'd love to have MJ Durkin on. He's going to be coming on to talk about what he's been doing over the last few weeks and the last few months with his channel. First, Joe, go ahead.
Well, my thing was was actually we've had an influx of people from Southern New York and Westchester and Southern Connecticut that have all moved up here who don't necessarily know the politics of New Milford. We're coming into an election cycle on the heels of, or I guess, is it on the heels of? I guess after a very divisive presidential election last year, and we have a lot of people voting by mail, and those are all things that are favorable conditions for the Democrats to be able to, stir up some support in the town. A lot of people don't know. People who are new to the area might not know who Pete Bass is. I mean, they definitely wouldn't know who I am. I mean, right? Like that's, I'm not nearly as high profile as Pete is. So my thoughts are, I still think Pete's going to win because, when you're looking around town, I've actually had people say to me that they think that it's crazy that Pete's putting all these signs around town, not understanding that that's how people in this area show support, So going as that on using that as a metric for Pete's support. He's got a ton of support in the area, so I think he's definitely going to win. My fear is just that it's going to be a much more narrow victory than we might expect, and that also might flip things like town council or the board of finance or the board of education. Because those are down ballot things that people might might vote more readily for. That's my thought, and I think that's probably why we see things a little bit differently. Although we see the same or similar outcome. So
no, I totally agree with you that we've had a colossal influx over the last roughly 2 years, almost 2 years, of outsiders coming from New Milford from what the data shows as extremely Democrat, extremely blue districts, blue parts of the country, say New York City, who are coming into New Milford. And I think what you're going to see is kind of an uninformed vote in that matter. Like it's tough to be to avoid being out of touch when you're pulling the lever, figuratively, of course, and you're basing that on what you can get of a town's character from a year and a half of being here, right? So I think in that case, those voters are going to vote letter next to the name. They have no idea who these people are. They're going to vote letter next to the name. They know nothing about how things have been going. And I think you're right that a lot of these people who have been coming out from the outside area aren't going to vote like, say, Democrats who have been lifelong Democrats. Like, they're not going to vote like Walter Baer. They're not going to vote like Lisa Hita. They're not going to vote like Liba Furman. They're not going to vote like if Mike Furman was to move back to Norfolk. They're not going to vote like Mike Furman. So I think you're right that they're going to see letter next to name and vote that way. And I think the letter that they're going to be voting on is the D. And on top of that, we've had way more absentee ballots go out than we've ever had. Way more. And those are going to skew like 90 to 95% one way. So I think you're right that there is a contributing factor here that is the people coming from the outside and, and the absentee ballots. I think for me, that's the thing that's going to keep this election from being like 4-1, from 80 to 20. What's the number you would pin to this?
What's the number I'm going for?
Yeah.
I think Pete wins 54-46. So I think it's a solid victory, but maybe not as substantial as, some people are thinking. I mean, I've heard people say 2-1 or whatever, right? That would be what, 75 to 20, or 67 to 33 or something like that, or
3-1 would be 75
to 25. Right? I've heard people say that too. But I don't think so. I mean, what were the numbers of absentee ballots? So they sent out
so the number of actual ballots that went from town clerk's office out to voters who requested them. And the most recent update I heard, which was last week, was over 500. Mayor Bass just said, I have it in good faith from Mayor Bass that we average somewhere between 50 and 80. So this is way in excess of what we normally have in terms of absentee ballots.
Wow.
Yeah. So That's gonna factor into this for sure. I don't know how many absentee ballots are being cannibalizing in-person ballots, right? But I think that's where things are going to go. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about here, Joe?
Well, I mean, I did. Well, I mean, I don't know. No. You know what? I think that was it. I don't know. I'm just trying to kind of add what I can add here.
Corinne Thompson, I can't imagine it will be more narrow. Yeah, I'm with you. I can't imagine it would be more narrow than Tom O'Brien. Joe, how did your ballot go? How did your ballot go?
How did my ballot go?
Yeah.
I mean, pretty much row B.
Yeah.
I did show some support for Walter Theyre. I like Walter. I think he's a very reasonable guy. He served the town for years, and I think it's I like his opinions. I also did support Bill Dahl. He was my high school health teacher, so I gotta throw my hat in the ring for him. He's always been a pretty reasonable guy. He definitely stood up for what he felt was right with the whole Pettibone debacle. I don't know if you remember that a while back. There was some audio of him, kind of calling out, some of the stuff that was going on there. So I like that. I mean, I like that he has an opinion and he sticks by it. I mean, that was pretty much it,
I mean, what did you mostly vote on this year? I told people why I voted the way I did.
For me, it's entirely the divisive rhetoric and the spreading of lies. I mean, you can't move forward if you're constantly trying to cut each other's throats, and if you're not putting out, honest information with some level of integrity, you're really just doing a disservice to the community. And, I mean, the whole, they keep cutting the school board budgets. I mean, that's just not right. I mean, saying that, the administration lacks some sort of transparency when, the Democrats are, not letting people even engage in a conversation with them. I mean, that sort of stuff is just, the whole Ted Hine, Zoom meeting thing. It's like, if you're having a town hall, just have the town hall. I mean, he could have live streamed on Facebook. You mean, you don't even have to let people in where they can comment or whatever, you can just have your live stream and then that's it, or have a Zoom meeting like you're doing now and don't let people participate. You can mute people. It's not like, you know what I mean? Like there's definitely ways that could have been handled better.
So what do you think of Ray Lillis's poll? True. Pat Erickson says, I think Pete will win 3-1 at a minimum. So she's on board with my prediction too. Hey, MJ, I see you're in the chat. Just raise your hand in Zoom and I'll be happy to pull you in as soon as you're... Oh, he's raising his hand right now. Joe, do you have anything more to say? Because I want to pull in MJ here. All right, come back when you want to come on. All right, so MJ, I'm going to pull you in on audio only just because it's too tough to do video. So MJ, say hi to everybody. MJ, just excuse me while I bring myself back onto here. You've actually been doing some pretty interesting stuff. I talked about how I had all these candidates on as interviews. You've done something similar. You want to tell people about that?
Sure. Well, I have a new podcast, which is called Conservative Voices, Empowered Choices. And I've been a marketer and a podcast host and a trainer. And I had the privilege of first interviewing Mayor Pete Bass. And I said, hey, why don't we do a Zoom call? And let me ask you some questions. I really knew very little about the mayor's record, but I wanted to learn it. learn about it. And I got to tell you, Mike, I was I was blown away in that interview. I mean, he's such a strong candidate. He's such a caring person. People constantly say around town, he is the best mayor that we've ever had. I've lived here for 34 years, and I've been through the Rog years and the Murphy years, and the Gronbach years. And
I'm sure you remember Art Peitler, Bob Gambino, Liba Furman, all from the 90s.
Absolutely. Yeah. And,
no dig at them, but,
No, not that I'm just telling you, I've never seen a community other than the Danbury community talk about Mayor Mark Boughton, who I've always been a big fan of. And I'm originally from Danbury, but moved up here when I was when I was a young man. I used to be young. So yeah, I was amazed. The interview that I did with Pete, and then I did an interview with a bunch of the Republicans that were going for town council, as well as Eric Hansel for the Board of Ed. And Eric Hansel and I used to throw each other around on the judo mat back in the olden days.
Oh, really cool.
Yeah, and back then I was a lot better than him, but I don't think so now.
Yeah, I used to wrestle a lot, and that translated into jujitsu very nicely. And yeah, I got a friend who's got a studio right across the hall from me. So MJ, how can people follow those? How can people find those?
They can go on. They can go on YouTube. They can go to my YouTube channel at MJ Durkin, or they can go to Conservative Voices, Empowered Choices, Apple Podcasts. We're on all the major podcast services. And one of the things that really impressed me about the mayor was the first thing the mayor started talking about was his ways of connecting with people that were very financially vulnerable in our community. He's the most hands-on mayor I've ever heard of in my life. I mean,
the man works insane hours.
He, Paul Murphy said to me, he said, he works 80, 90 hours a week.
That's not a lie.
Grossly underpaid person in the town. And, you'll hear stories of, he went up to the homeless encampment, behind Starbucks, and met with the folks up there and talked to them and came up with solutions. You'll hear him. He's in the plow trucks with the Department of Public Works. He's out there watching them fill potholes, saying there must be a better way to do this. He truly is a mayor. He and I went out and we knocked on some doors at Willow Springs last Friday.
That's too bad. How is that working?
Yeah. No, it was great. People were ecstatic to see him. In an hour, I don't know, we talked to like 20 people, and people said to me, so what was the tenor of the meetings? I said, my informal poll says 80% of those people said they would vote for the mayor and his Republican team. So yeah. He's a mayor that is really out there. And then if you talk this informal poll of on Facebook, I think that Facebook group lends heavily to people more conservative.
It is funny to show though.
It's pretty skewed, I believe. Although if you look at what happened Saturday morning with the voters, 7 or so, and by the photos that I saw, it looked like 7 or 8 folks, and the Republicans had about 60 folks. It kind of goes with an 80% toward Pete Bass and the Republicans, and 20% for the other.
Yeah. So do you mind telling people how you voted? I mean, I'm assuming you got a chance to cast your ballot today.
Yeah. I published it on Facebook with myself and my wife. What's social media for if you can't tell people what you stand for?
Do you want to do a ballot with me then? You want to do a ballot with me? We can do that. I got a blank ballot here. We can fill out with you. And we can just go through it if you'd like.
It's easy to do it. I just hit row B. I did Pete Bass, row B, and Walter Bear. I mean, what else is I going to do? I mean, people get all offended by, I only vote the person. I don't vote the party. I don't vote the just the party, but I've looked at all these candidates, and the ones that I didn't know, I just have to assume that they're good because they are associated with the mayor, because the mayor's such a great mayor. So, yeah. So my wife and I both voted for Pete Bass, and we voted for row B, and then we wrote in Walter Bear because I've known Walter for 30 years. I sold him a water softener 30 years ago when I had my water treatment company.
Yeah, just showing everybody on screen the ballot that I filled out, at least for the mayor and town council, and I've got the rest of the ballot. I've showed other people before and what that looks like. I did use the pen quite a bit to write in a whole bunch of names that I was interested in voting for, and I told people why I voted the way I did with some of these votes too. That I was kind of sending out a message in response to what's been coming out from the opposition, and I know it's been something that the local Republican parties have kind of like avoided talking about is the other side. I mean, I'm assuming you've seen the marketing campaign coming from the other side.
Well, my bonus daughter, I don't call her my stepdaughter. My bonus daughter is a registered Democrat, and we want her to vote her own conscience. But she's moved away from here. She lives in Kansas City, and so we received all of the Democratic mail, and it was I thought it was pretty disgusting. I really thought it was very disgusting, and I could see why many people said they were going to distance themselves from those tactics. I guess you could say you could say you didn't approve of it, but it says right on it that it is paid for the New Milford DTC. So I guess apparently, I'm a Trump extremist taking over the New Milford town hall with weapons and tear gas and I don't know, a buffalo hat or something.
Yeah. What an unbelievable gaslight.
Well, it's this stuff doesn't fly very well in local politics at all, especially when you have somebody who's, you could say that Pete Bass is a Trump extremist, and then so Friday night, Mike. So here's the schedule. Friday night, he leaves town hall. He meets me at 5:00 at Willow Springs. We knock on doors for an hour. He says, I got a jet. I'm going down to the football game. It's senior night. So I'm going to make an appearance down there. And he says, then I got to hustle my butt up to town hall for a 7:30 live stream. And the dude's on a live stream answering questions with Bill
till
Buckley.
Like 9:30 at night. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'm like, when does this man ever sleep? I mean, I get it's campaign season and all that, but I looked at him and I said, you going to sleep good on November 3rd? He said, probably not. But
yeah, well,
but
that's his mentality.
When you have that kind of local commitment and then you mail something that's disgusting like that, I think that really worked against the Democrats in a very, very bad way. And I don't have anything specifically bad to say other than when that mail came into my house, I was pretty disgusted. And I heard a lot of people on Facebook, many, many people that said that they were lifelong Democrats said they were distancing themselves from that advertisement and they did not support it.
Well, I mean, to that effect, it would be one thing if we could ask Ted, hey man, did this go out by accident? But we kind of haven't had that opportunity, like you and I have been trying to do with some of the other candidates, as far as getting interviews on and being able to ask tough questions.
Yeah, well, a campaign that's run by hearsay, as far as I listened to the podcast of Ted Hein on the Connecticrats podcast, which
we've covered on the show.
You covered that, and so. Yeah. What I heard was like hearsay. I've been doing a walking tour and I've heard some bad things said about somebody. I'm like, okay, well,
extraordinary claims.
Well, that's good. Extraordinary
evidence.
Claims like they were threatened with their pensions. Well, you know what? If Ted Hein was that interested in helping people, he would have brought their names forward, and he would have made that public, and he would have said, look at this person, Bob Jones. His pension was threatened because if Ted Hine really cared about those people, he would have gone to bat for those people. But what he said was, he said, I heard these bad things and they were threatened, and it's terrible. It was and
the interviewer, if you were conducting that interview and Pete Bass made similar allegations against, say, Alicia DeCorpo, our superintendent of schools, I mean, would your response have just been like, okay, moving on?
No, his response was, "Oh, that's terrible." He was
the
like,
interviewer,
"Oh,
yeah,
oh yeah." The interviewer was like, "Oh, that's bad." Well,
right? Like,
I get it. Look, I'm a biased interviewer myself. So,
well, we are. Excuse me while I interject here. We all are. We all have opinions. Everyone who does an interview has an opinion, and you try to ask. The only thing you can be in an interview is, as an interviewer, is fair.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I'm going to tell you that I typically I said right in the podcast with Mayor Bass, the name of this podcast is Conservative Voices.
Yep.
We obviously lean conservative.
Right.
I'm not going to apologize for that. I would certainly have a fair discussion if I could get a Democrat to come on my show, but they won't. So I'd be happy to have a fair discussion. So. You don't, and here's the other thing you'll see about Pete Bass is, and all the Republicans that are on the ticket, they're not bashing anybody really, other than to say they hated that mailer. But for the most part, they're saying, here's what we've done, here's what we want to do, and here's where we want to go. And that's really where local politics should be. It should be, things like how to bring the opioid rates down. How to solve the crisis in the opioids, down 50% in New Milford. Homelessness, not quite to zero. We still have some people that are struggling, but we had an encampment of 32 people that now doesn't exist because the mayor put a plan in place with the police chief, with Spencer Cerruto, to create a position called a community care coordinator. And Justin has done a genius job of helping people and having somebody on point to help people that are falling off the rungs of the last rung of the economic ladder or the addiction ladder, or, I mean, it's amazing. Look at what he's done to help people. If you talk to the local faith-based leaders, my own pastor, Justin Gailey, Pastor Justin at Livingstone's Church, he says, Pete Bass is so great to work with. He's so interested in our community. And so the church is always there at Camilla's cupboard, giving, helping to pack the food, getting food out to people. I mean, if you listen to Pete, the first half of my interview with Pete Bass on my podcast, it's about how do we help people that are vulnerable, financially vulnerable? How do we help people with drug addictions? And how do we make a difference with food and energy and support the people that have fallen on hard times? I kidded with him. I said, you sound to me like a Democrat who's actually doing something.
Well, I mean, the RTC in general over the last few years has kind of taken the Ron Paul approach when it comes to the opposition. Focus on what we're going to do. And if you don't like that, then there's other ways you can vote. And if you like that, then vote for us, right? And I kind of agree with that from a local standpoint, that's kind of the approach you should be taking. I do disagree with the notion of not bringing up the opposition's arguments and saying, hey, listen, if you don't vote for us, also, here's the stuff that's coming from the other side. You don't have to name names or anything. You just say, like, here's the flyer, shine a light on it. MJ, I want to talk a little bit about your show and your podcast because, I think it's a really interesting thing, and I'm hoping people will give you some following. So just before I do that, so everybody knows the link that you guys see spinning at the bottom of the screen here, that's the link to join in on our conversation. Like I said, I'll be streaming all day until basically the polls close. And then I'm going to go follow everyone over to the Abbey, where the RTC is having an event there. Again, I'm not a Republican. I'm a registered libertarian. I go to the RTC events because they invite me. and I would go to DTC events if they invited me. Notice, folks, how I have not attended a DTC event yet. So this link here, type it into your browser bar, and tinyurl.com/ as soon as this thing does its thing, 4BX9XBBV, and you can join in. Happy to pull anyone in and do basically some phone conversations, just like we're doing with MJ. So MJ, on your show, like where do you expect to go with this? What can we expect from the future?
Well, I would hope to continue to have guests on the show, do interviews, and talk about. I'm open to all viewpoints, and want to talk about conservative issues. I'll talk about liberal issues too. I'm not afraid to talk about those. What I'd like to do is I'd like to have more of a voice. Conservatives tend to locally, I don't think that the Republicans have a podcast that I could find. And I'd like to feature some folks and get some more voices out there. And so at Conservative Voices, Empowered Choices, we want to just keep advancing the conversation. It's not a moneymaker for me. It's
just like me.
It's because I like it. I enjoy it. I have to tell you that by interviewing, the process of interviewing Mayor Bass, and I also interviewed a bunch of the Republicans, Pat Callahan over in New Fairfield, and a bunch of the folks that were running for different positions over there. And it's been really incredibly delightful to talk to those folks and to hear their opinions. There was a gentleman that was on the Board of Ed named Dominic Cipollone over in New Fairfield. That's a former principal of a school like in, I think it was the Bronx, and that dude's seen some pretty harsh stuff in some schools, and he's an incredible member of the Board of Education there. He's a genius at education, and he wants to hear from all the parents. And he said, listen, the children is everything for us, the way we're educating, and it's time for our parents to get involved in the Board of Ed. And so I just like to keep. I'm meeting some really cool people. And I'm learning a lot. So, I just keep hoping to learn more.
Well, maybe we can work together in the future here, because I'm going to take a little bit of a hiatus, because this has just been taxing the last 2 weeks for me, because of all the interviews I've been doing, all the stuff I've been doing on the show, and all the people that have joined in on me, in on all of this with me, and of course, a special thanks to everyone who's been tuning in. So yeah, maybe MJ, we can work together and do something. Ray Lillis says, Bass was and will be the best guest ever on that podcast. That's coming in from Ray.
I think that's true.
Yeah. Who says, see you soon, Mike. Yeah. Cause I guess he's headed to the Abbey too. The RTC has always been fairly welcoming of people from all persuasions. If you're a Democrat, you want to join in on the festivities tonight, I'm sure the RTC is welcome to have you on. Just like MJ, I'm assuming you're happy to have on, anyone of any party affiliation in any ilk.
Absolutely. I'd love to hear what people have to say. Look, I've been censored heavily on Facebook for ridiculous things. Me too. The artificial intelligence has done incredible things. I've gone through the review, and the review comes right back and says, nope, we're still censoring
doubling
you.
down.
Down. I've been kicked off for 48 hours. I had
did you get the January 6th banhammer that kicked off like genuinely tens of millions of users for a month?
No, that wasn't that didn't apply to me, but all
right. I did to me.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
So I've been censored on everything from COVID stuff to I've seen stuff come back 2 weeks later with a stamp on it saying, this is disinformation, and so on and so forth, and covering my posts. And so, I'm very open to, I think we do need new platforms. I'm not interested in anything new that Mr. Zuckerberg creates. He can take metaverse and he can stick it up wherever he wants.
Up his nose with a rubber hose. Yeah.
Up his nose with a rubber hose.
Yeah. Yeah. No. So I would like to move over to places like Odyssey, where I'm personal friends with the CEO, who is a full-on free speech absolutist libertarian. And that's the type of platform, quite frankly, that
what's the name of the platform?
Odyssey, ODYSEE.com. Yep. And they're based on the library protocol, and everything is stored in blockchain. So you can't get censored on that platform. It's an actual platform, not a publication. And the description to these videos, I'm sure folks are at home who are watching from YouTube and Facebook, you'll see that I refer to Facebook and Twitter as follow me on Evil Mark's publication or on Evil Jack's publication, because there are no such thing as Facebook users. There are only contributing authors, right? Yeah. Yeah. So let's see. Ray Lewis, I'm unaffiliated. I don't belong to a gang. So have you gotten a chance to look at Odyssey.com at all? Is that something you might look into?
Yeah. I never even heard of it. I mean, I looked into Getter, and I joined Getter. Do you know Getter?
Yeah, it seems to me to just be another echo chamber. Unfortunately, I'd rather have.
It's hard to say, but I mean, at least it's theoretically, it's I won't be censored on there. So that's my new main criteria is do I have any control over my information that I put out or that I receive? And if there's any censorship, well, I'm not interested. This is the biggest threat to our democracy is anybody. Jordan Peterson said something amazing. He said, what you'll find is that if you start to regulate, say hate speech, if you start to regulate hate speech, he said, what you will notice is that the people that will define what hate speech is are the people that you would most never, ever want to be defining what hate speech is.
Absolutely true.
It sounds good. Sounds good. We shouldn't speak meanly to each other, and so we shouldn't have hate speech. And then he said, but those that will censor, those that will tell you what hate speech is, they are the people you would least want to ever be in charge of deciding what hate speech is. And so,
absolutely. So,
that's
MJ, real quick, did you get a chance to see any of the interviews that I did?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Tonight, I was hoping to do a re-review or a review of one of those interviews. If you had one in mind, which one is the one you'd be most interested in? I got a list here if you want me to read off who I've interviewed.
Well,
What's your vote? You got a chance to vote today. I'll give you another chance to vote.
I like your interview with Walter
O'Connor.
Yeah, Walter O'Connor. Yeah. He's he's an uncelebrated financial genius. If you talk to the folks, on the board of finance and around finance, they will point to Walter O'Connor as their secret weapon to, Pete always says he's awesome and has done a lot to save money for the town and to be a good steward of the people's money. There's a lot of power at the level of taking taxpayers' money, and what I found is that Pete and people like Walter O'Connor and Diane Clafe and Joe, they're very good stewards of the people's money. So if I was to get an interview again, I'd like to hear about Walter.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to go over Walter. I have a feeling I know how my audience is going to vote on that sort of thing. So folks in the audience, if you want to, I would like to really do a review of at least one of these interviews, maybe just kind of hold my own feet to the fire to, in the event that maybe I was unfair to one or more of the candidates, let's say. And that'd be my way of calling myself out on that, seeing sort of a review, getting your guys' feedback from all that, just so folks know, yes, we did interview Walter O'Connor, and that's what that one looked like at the time. So, that's on my YouTube channel. Just Google his name on the Captain Phoenix channel on YouTube. You guys will find it. MJ, is there anything else you want to add here? Is there anything else you'd like to go over? I mean, I'm happy to stay here till 7 o'clock.
Maybe if I'm bored later, I'll jump in and talk to you a little bit. But I think that what I would say is to anybody that's listening, if you haven't been to the polls and you're registered, get over to the polls and vote. It's not always convenient. I heard from people that they thought the turnout was kind of light this morning.
Well, it usually picks up around now, so
I guess this would be the big time. So yeah, I mean, my parents taught us. My parents were born in 1934, and my mother used to take us kids to the polls with her, and my parents were like, "This is a duty, this is a privilege, and you should take it very seriously." And I voted in every single election since I was 18. I take it very seriously. And no matter who you vote for, I highly recommend that you get involved in the process and you vote. So that's my recommendation would be get to a polling place and vote. And if you're not registered, when we were in Willow Springs, we had a bunch of people that were not registered, and they didn't seem to really have much of a clue about what to do or how to go about it. And I think over the next couple of years, I think maybe we'll spend a little time helping people get registered ahead of an election, because that gets people involved in the process, and it gets them understanding the issues. And get to the polls, get out and vote. It's your privilege.
Or more importantly,
it's your right. It's your duty.
Vote for Pete Bass. So MJ, right? I gave you the opportunity to tell people how to reach out to your podcast. I'd love to see it grow. So just one more time before you sign off.
Conservative Voices, Empowered Choices. My YouTube channel is MJ Durkin. Conservative Voices, Empowered Choices, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google. It's a pretty professionally done podcast. It's new. There's not a lot of content on it just yet, but there will be. So love to see you all check into the podcast.
MJ, thanks for coming on, man.
Thanks, buddy.
All right.
Live it up.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
So guys, that was MJ Durkin, who was on the phone with another podcast that's happening here in town. And it's great it's great that those sort of things are happening in this town. So again, if you guys want to join in on this conversation, happy to pull anybody else in. I'm going to be going through that review of one of my interviews pretty soon here. So let me know in the comments section which interview you'd most like me to come to go over. I got some chats here, some chats coming in. Doug Skelly, Pete is a true leader. It has been my pleasure to stand beside him the last 4 years. New Milford is lucky to have him as mayor. Here's to 2 more years. Looks like Doug voted for Ray Lillis. Wow, that was a Freudian slip if ever I saw one. It looks like Doug voted for Pete Bass. Ray to Doug, you will be missed. Thanks for your service. Yeah, Doug. You know what, Doug? I'd love to have you on just to let people know your story. It's been kind of an interesting story over the past year with Doug. So, Doug, this link right here that you see, tinyurl.com/4BX9X BBV. Doug, I'm going to send you that link so you can join us here on the Zoom meeting, so that you can call in effectively. I would really love for you people to hear his story. Joe DiGregorio votes for the Robin Mann interview, and Joe, you and I might want to be the ones to go ahead and pick that apart together. So Ray Lillis says numbers were average from what I saw. Excuse me, folks, while I send Doug the invitation to join in. This will only take a second. So it is tinyurl.com/4BX9XBBV. And let's put the HTTPS in there, the protocol. Love to have you on to talk about the last few months and where you're headed. Yeah, so Doug, if you want to come on, I'd really love to have you on. And yeah, so we've got to vote basically for Walter O'Connor and for Robin Mann. Joe, you're still here in the conversation here with in Zoom. So I want people to see let me go ahead and open up the Robin Mann interview, because I have a feeling that's where we're going to wind up going with this anyways. Okay, so there's that. And we're going to jump to the interview itself. Okay, so let me make sure I have everything set up just right for that. This one. Okay. So folks, you can see this. So let me get rid of that heading, because MJ is no longer on the phone with us. Okay. So yeah, I did actually interview a Democrat candidate. Her name was Robin Mann. Let me readjust the sizing here so it's not completely blocking everything here. I do actually want to talk about this interview in brief. Robin and I, Joe, if you want to do a quick response. Okay. Joe, raise your hand if you want to talk about this, because this was an hour-long interview. And this is the only Democrat and the only member to come on this year onto the show. And it's the only candidate who is running on the DTC elected slate I've ever had on the show. I've had Democrats on the show before in previous election cycles. I've never had a DTC nominated Democrat running on the DTC slate here. I want to say my great thanks and great gratitude to Robin Mann, because folks at home, like, there's some real disagreement you might have with her. You may not have voted for her. You may have wanted to not vote for her. But I do have to give her an enormous amount of credit for actually coming onto the show. We've been talking now via text message. Hopefully we'll be able to get some lunch sometime. Robin Mann, to me, is, after this interview, I kind of had a change of thought in how I might consider voting for people and what qualifications I might consider here. Because I did have to ask her, unfortunately, there were some questions I really didn't want to have to ask her, but I did have to ask her. And her answers were, well, you guys aren't going to like a lot of these answers. So if this is an interview you guys want me to go over, that's one we can go over too. But I want to say in advance, like, if we're going to go over it, I want to do it. I want to be fair. I want to be fair with all of the people that come onto my show, all of my guests. I've never thought that the Bill O'Reilly approach to handling guests is the appropriate approach. And I've always thought that there is a certain amount of decency and gratitude with which you should handle your guests when you're interviewing them, because they're guests on your show. So, of course, you're obliged to ask the most difficult questions, right? But that doesn't mean that once they've given an answer, you dump on them for giving an answer you don't like or don't agree with, right? And I think that there's something that I've run into here, and that is the idea of how long should you have to be in a community to qualify to meet somebody's criteria for a vote, right? Ted Hine lived here his whole life. Pete Bass has not lived here his whole life. And I've said for a long time that I really don't care too much how long people have been here. I'll vote for somebody based exclusively on, their in the case of town council, I do care about character. So I would vote based on their character. I would vote based on their ability to conduct value judgment, because a lot of what the town council handles is handling ad hoc as it comes to them. Catch as catch can, right? So in that case, like, I think character is actually a reflection of how you would vote, right? The policy you would prescribe when it comes time to sit on a seat with a thing like the Board of Finance or town council. In this case, I'm going to say a phrase that I don't mean to be an insult. In this case, I would love to apply Hanlon's razor here, because there were some answers where you could see she knew she couldn't answer. She couldn't give the right answer, right? Like when it came to the questions regarding the January 6th stuff, she knew she couldn't give the answer that was most obvious to you and me, right? When it came to the question of, has the Board of Education budget ever been cut? She had to tread very lightly on that one. Now, to me, the answer is just no. Just unequivocal no, which is the response I got from Pete Bass, Eric Hansel, Mike Nahom, Diane Clafe, Joe DiGregorio, Walter O'Connor. Absolutely everyone who came onto the show answered that question with an extremely firm no. The Board of Education budget has just plainly never been cut. So this is the only time that we had a candidate on who didn't give just an unequivocal no. And we can go into what her response was to that question if we decide to go into this video. I actually have to pee really bad, so we'll be taking an intermission in just a moment here. We'll be coming on So you guys will have to forgive me while I run to the little boys' room eventually here. But I think what I'm going to say with Robin Mann is, when it comes to the character of New Milford, you can't just, it's really hard to put that into words. What is the character of New Milford? What is the character of this town? And it's hard to describe that in a way that's actually going to properly characterize the character of this town, right? Like, you have to immersify yourself. You have to fully immerse yourself into a community to do that. What's it like to live in Germany? Well, it's really hard to say until you go there and experience it for yourself. There are some things you can write down. There are some things you can read about. But until you've had that experience, when describing the general character of the people involved there, yes, we all speak mostly English, right? And the second most commonly spoken language here in New Milford is probably Spanish. But that doesn't speak to like who the people are deep down, right? And it doesn't speak to what the general ethos is surrounding the opinion of the town on, say, the January 6th riots. Is this a town that was in favor of them? Is this a town that is fully backing that? Is this a town where Republicans, as a rule, are saying they weren't even riots, it was a good thing, we want more of this? Is that what Republicans are saying? The answer is obviously no. And the answer is that in this town, it's kind of a unique town that when it comes to local politics, Democrats and Republicans, for the most part, don't care about the letter next to your name. And Democrats and Republicans, as a rule, get along. Now, part of that is because we have to. Part of that is because we can't hide. This isn't Manhattan, New York, where there are 2.5 million people living on a 33 square mile island, right? It isn't wall-to-wall concrete, and you can hide in the masses of people who come to Manhattan to work during the day and spend the night there because they live there. It isn't like that. If you say something disparaging about an individual's character in this town, you got to own it. You got to own it. If you dunk on somebody who works at Taylor's, you got to go into Taylor's and deal with them face to face. If you dunk on Sean Emmons, you got to deal with the fact that it's him and like 3 or 4 other tree companies in town, right? You can't dunk on Liba Furman and not run into her at the gas station. You can't dunk on Pete Bass and not run into Pete at the gas station. You can't dunk on people like, let me try to come up with a direct example, like Doug Skelly. You can't dunk on Doug Skelly and need your carpets cleaned and avoid dealing with Doug Skelly, right? Like you can't dunk on Deke Electric, because when it comes time to hire an electrician, there he is. When your kids are playing soccer, your kids are playing soccer with Tony Vengrove's kids. So if you're going to be a complete ass to Tony Vengrove, man, you better have a reason. You better have a reason, because you're going to have to deal with him. Your kids are going to have to deal with his kids, And, if you're dunking on somebody whose wife is a teacher or is a member of the PTO, like, your kids are going to have to deal with their kids too. And it's not like you have to deal with them in a combative sense. It's that, like, you live with these people. You live with these people in a way that you don't live with certain people in an atomized fashion in New York City. You just don't. Like, how many people know half the neighborhood 3 blocks over, right? Like, when I was living in Taylor Terrace, everybody knew everybody. So you can't be a complete jerk to one person and not have it affect the people you live with in a very direct way. So we've been getting this influx over the last year to 2 years of people from places like Manhattan, from places like Brooklyn, Queens, Lower Westchester County, where you're dealing with hyper-urban environments, the Newark suburbs, Paterson, New Jersey, the Northeast New Jersey in general, because those type of places are horrible places to live during COVID. So those people are coming to here. This is a very different community. In fact, you could probably just say New Milford, pink, barely right of center in terms of voting populace, 28,000 people, 65 square miles or whatever, 63 to 65 square miles. Rolling hills, a central business district, no major highways, right? No interstates. You could say that and still not get a good idea of what the character of the town is until you actually have the opportunity to immerse yourself in it. And for most people, that means going horribly out of your way over the course of a year to 18 months to do that. And that is something almost nobody has the time or energy to do, right? So it's an extraordinary claim to say you can do that in 18 months. But you might be able to do it in 18 years. You might be able to do it in 4 years, 5 years. You might have been able to see an entire tenure through of members of the Board of Finance, members of the town council, the mayor. And you may be able to see how things operate over the course of that entire tenure, over that course of that entire 2-year period. But you're not going to get that in a COVID snapshot of 12 months. You're just not going to get that. So when I use the phrase out of touch to describe Robin in this interview, I mean to describe it. I need to use that phrase to characterize Robin in this interview when it comes to the things we discuss and the opinions she espouses. And this isn't me glossing over some of her opinions. It's more of just like, I want to have lunch with her because I think she's someone who, if she became more familiar with the character of this town, maybe she's one of these Democrats that would look more like Leba Furman, that would look more like Nick Puder, who's not a Democrat, but votes Democrat in a lot of elections, right? As somebody who probably would be a member of the DTC if their leadership wasn't the characteristic leadership that it is right now. So I think, and this isn't for me trying to excuse it, and it's not me trying to dunk on her, but I think when it comes to the general nature and tenor of this interview, there's just, I don't want to say an incompetence. It's just, I think she's just out of touch with the general character of New Milford. You can't say that about Ted Hine. You can't say that about Mary Jane Lundgren. You can't say that about people who have been here a very, very long time and then start gaslighting the community with what the DTC leadership has put out in terms of their marketing campaign. The January 6th flyer that MJ Lundgren, it's absolutely perfectly correct in describing as disgusting because, folks, it was disgusting. And that's the right way to characterize it. And if you're from out of town and you just don't know the politics of this town and you just say, well, I'm a Democrat, so I'm going to do the national politics of Democrats, or I'm a Republican, I'm going to do the national politics of Republicans, and I'm going to be, very MAGA heavy and like run everything on Trump. That's what happens in D.C. is not what happens in New Milford, Connecticut. New Milford, Connecticut is not Washington, D.C. So I think in that case, for me, I've kind of had to self-reflect on my thoughts on how long I would want you to live here in order for me to vote for you. So for me, can you be somebody that I would vote for if you've only been here 12 months? Well, maybe, but you're really going to have to prove to me that you're familiar with the character of this town. You're really going to have to tell me, if you're running for, say, a seat on the Board of Education, how many Board of Ed meetings have you been to? Right? If you've only been here for 12 months, I kind of want to grill you. I kind of want to say what line item with the Board of Education is one that you think needs serious adjusting or serious looking into. I want to ask a tough question like the dollar amount. What's the proper dollar amount? If you've only been here 12 months and you're running for a seat on the Board of Education, tell me about your direct experiences with Alicia DeCorpo, our current superintendent. How many times have you had a personal one-on-one conversation with Wendy Fallenbach, the chair? How many times have you gone to a Board of Education meeting, taken serious notes, and what can you tell me about specifics? Pick out an individual Board of Education meeting and tell me something where something stood out and tell me exactly what it was. So I think in future interviews, if I get somebody who's a candidate for elected office, who's only been here 12 months, I'm really going to ask some specifics. So folks, if you're thinking about running for office in 2 years and you want to come on the show, if you've been here for 20 years, I'm not going to ask you these hyper specific esoteric questions. But if you've only been here for 12 months, I need to know that you're so familiar with the character of this town and you're so invested with your time in serving these elected offices that you can answer these unbelievably esoteric questions off the top of your head. And maybe that's an unfair standard. Maybe you guys can tell me if I'm treating this unfairly. But I think if we're going to do a review of Robin Mann's interview, this is the lens we should look at things through. So I just want to read some more of your comments here. And then I think I'm going to take about a 2-minute pee break, before we come back. There are some more events that I'm going to be doing coming up forward within the libertarian ranks. So if you guys are libertarians at home, stay tuned because I'm going to talk about some of that in a moment here. Doug says, thanks, sir, to Ray Lillis and his comments about in the comments that we read earlier. So Ray Lillis, they're leaving for a reason, leave their voting habits when they leave. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you, Ray, right? Like if there's a reason you left Venezuela, there's a reason you left Venezuela. If the things that make Venezuela suck so bad that you're willing to risk your life, cash in everything you possibly have, and trek thousands of miles through the jungle, through the mountains, across the desert with a coyote to illegally cross the borders of the U.S., then for the love of God, if you're going to naturalize, then naturalize. If you're going to move to a place, when in Rome, do as the Romans, right? If you're going to move to a place that you need to assimilate into, then for the love of God, assimilate into it. I'm fully on board with this concept, Ray, that if you're leaving New York City because the policy implemented by the policy implemented by Democrats is awful, then don't bring that god-awful policy with you. Assimilate into the culture into which you are moving, right? And this is not a statement against immigration. This is not an isolationist perspective on the influx of people into a community. This is me saying, if you're going to come here, if the condition is you acculturate yourself. The melting pot is not multiculturalism. I've said this before. The melting pot is the blending of the culture. It's not that one culture is going to isolate itself from the others. It isn't that all culture is good. No, there is good culture and there is bad culture. And this is not a statement on race. This is not a statement on nationality. When people came to the United States, one of the things that characterized the United States in its early tenure was that people were coming from different places with different ideas, and only the good ones could survive. Like, you came here and you had to be a frontiersman. You had to be damn good at what you did. And if you had a bad idea and you acted on it, you ate it. You ate it, right? You either acted in good character or you starved. You either were not a vagrant or not a criminal, or you starved, or you found yourself just constantly in prison. So yeah, no, Ray, I'm fully on board with that sentiment, that you acculturate yourself to the environment you move into. And there is such a thing as good culture, and there is such a thing as bad culture, right? There was a bad cultural element of the highlands of the UK in the 17th century, and that bad culture came to the South here in the United States, and their complete abhorrence for things like becoming literate, their active efforts to avoid becoming literate in the earliest days, their rejection, their overt rejection of formal education of any kind in those earliest days is what led you to the bastardized culture of the South in, say, the early part of the 19th century. There's a reason there's problems with literacy in Mississippi and in the black communities in Mississippi. It's not because they're black. It's because they're in Mississippi. It's because the culture that those black people had in the South, right, was the culture of the South. They had their previous cultures from Africa forcibly removed and then were subject to the culture of the South. And this is why during the Reconstruction era, when teachers from the North would go visit white schools in the South, they'd say, "Oh my God, what is going on here?" Right? Like, "Oh my God, these people are uncouth and, horribly uneducated, embarrassingly uneducated for their age." So yeah, I'm kind of on board with that, Ray, that like you when in Rome, you do as the Romans, and you should acculturate yourself to the community that you are acculturating yourself into. And I think that there's a huge number of people who just fail to do that. And that's why these bad ideas have the ability to take root in other places. So yeah, I agree with you. If the reason you're moving here to New Milford, And this is not against the people who are moving here. I love the fact that in my landscaping business, I have new clients to work with. I love the fact that, property is being bought, that empty houses are being filled, that everyone's property value just went up. So that when you go to sell, if you do go to sell, you've got something to base that on. So, I think you guys are going to, I think the vote is going to be here in favor of reviewing the Robin Mann interview. I was hoping to do somebody else just because that interview is kind of spicy. So let me know in the comment section which one you guys want me to interview. I can't hold it anymore. So we are going to go on to just a very brief intermission. I will be back momentarily. Excuse me while I get my note up so that you guys, for crying out loud, why is this not cooperating? So let me get some tunes up too so we can, so you guys don't fall, so I don't put you guys to sleep here too. I will be back in just a few moments. See you guys soon. right, we are back. We're back, folks. Sorry about all of that. I know it's been 2.5 hours. I had to go take a potty break. So just to clue everybody in on some things that are coming up in my life, hopefully you guys will be joining me. The Putnam County Libertarians are hosting Larry Sharp. So let me see if I can find that link for you guys. That way I can get it out for you. Let me do this. So on November 11th, I'll be going to Putnam County to go with the local libertarians here in New Milford. Yes, there is a libertarian party here in New Milford. It's the Litchfield County Libertarians, and that is run by, right now the chair is Austin Shackelford. They are on Facebook. They are on, I think you can look them up on Facebook. We have our meeting at the Abbey at 2 p.m. every last Sunday of the month. This is November, and the last Sunday is, I have the wrong calendar up. The last Sunday of the month is the 28th. That would be Thanksgiving weekend. I would imagine we're going to have to make an adjustment. So folks who are joining in the Zoom meeting, thank you so much for coming in. If you want to join in the conversation, please raise your hand, and that way I know that you're ready to come in, and I'll bring your audio in. So that's some of the other things I'll be doing. John Holcomb, awesome for you to come in. I don't recognize his name, but John, what are your thoughts here? What would you like to talk about? I just asked you to unmute. Okay. While we're waiting for John, I just sent out the invitation to Doug to unmute. Doug, do we have you?
You have me.
Okay. So John, I'm just going to put you on hold for just a minute here. Doug, I understand you're not running for town council this year. Do you want to tell folks, give your story here for the last few months and what's to expect moving forward here?
Well, we've decided, my wife and I, we're going to do a little bit of winter snowbird stuff, so I won't be able to commit for the next term. So I thought it'd be best to step down. We're going to be going down to Florida for about 3 months. So obviously it takes a lot of work to be in the town council, and I wouldn't do my due justice if I wasn't there full time. So,
where are you planning on staying there anytime? Are you planning on staying there, or are you planning on just doing a snowbird situation?
No, I'm going to close the business down for about 3 months, and then I'll come back. I'm still going to be actively involved with Pete and helping him out in some future ventures and stuff like that. So, I did the 4 years, so it worked out well. I feel that as a whole, the town council and Pete himself have gotten New Milford on the right track moving forward. Pete's accomplished so many things in the 4 years, and there's so much more he wants to do, and moving this town forward. So he's been an unbelievable mayor and a friend, and I wish him luck. And I have a great feeling, along with a lot of others, that he'll be successful tonight when the numbers are counted.
Okay. Do you want to get in on this? So far we've had some people state an actual number. You want to pin a number to it? I've said 73%. Joe DiGregorio said 54%. We've had some people in the chat say somewhere around 3-1. That'd be 75%. You want to pin a number to what you think?
Well, I'm not a big numbers guy as per se as to outlooks. I would say that Pete should do very, very well. I won't pin a number on it, but
all right.
From even my Democratic friends that I have acknowledged that Pete's done a great job. He's gotten a lot accomplished. He's really the people's mayor. There's really no political alignment with him. I will tell you one thing, a quick story. So when Pete asked me to run, obviously there was a lot of, let's just say, a lot of uproar in the previous administration, and he felt that he could get the right people in. And so I was on the Park and Rec for about 6 years. I jumped into politics. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I've lived in New Milford for almost 30 years. I've coached, have a business here for 32 years. And so once the kids got out of school, Mike, Pete said to me, listen, I need a hand getting this town put in the right direction. And you being a businessman, a lot of people, we need you to step up. So I said, you know what, Pete? I said, I'm gonna do that. So we had a conversation, Mike. I'll tell you real quick. So I've watched when people get into politics, Mike, their personalities change. Politics can change people, and it can make them not be the person that they are. They can become very, let's say, rough around the edges. Politics can make you turn people into not bad people, but their personalities can change. Just because of, and just seeing it over the last few years, politics, let's just say, is a nasty business, to say the least.
Yeah.
And so I said to Pete, I said, well, I hope, because those who know Pete, he's a great guy, great family man, great person and stuff. I said, I hope it doesn't change you, this politics and people, because regardless of how much good you do, people always pick and nitpick and see bad or turn things around. And so I told Pete, it was funny. So here we are 4 years later. We were out in the green over the weekend. And I said, you know what, Pete? I said, you did something that I haven't seen too much people do. He said, politics didn't change you. You changed politics. You made politics more likable. You put your personality into the politics, and people saw that. You get out, like MJ Durkin was mentioning. I've never seen a person, and I'm a businessman myself, and you are as well, and there's a lot of business people, a person who makes the salary he makes. And it's probably, I don't even think he's top 25 in payroll in the Milford. And the hours that man puts in, and he puts it in, and he takes it personal. He goes, like he said, he was over with, Willow Springs, and then he ran over to the football game. Then he ran back to do stuff with Billy. There's a lot of things that people don't see. That man light on in the mayor's office at 5 a.m. in the morning, and it goes off at 9 to 10 o'clock. And this isn't Monday through Friday. This is 7 days a week. And people should understand how important it is to have a person who's all in. And for what the money he makes, if you divided that, Mike, into the hourly rate, it would probably be somewhere around minimum wage. And so this town is lucky to have him as a mayor, and I'm even luckier to have him as a friend. So those are words that, that I'm not a big on, getting on Facebook and doing all that stuff. And politics, is a rough business. And we've all learned that over the last few years, and it can change people. But I will say one thing, and I'll give you a funny story. So I'm a very nice guy, likable. Hey, everybody, I like Walter Bear. He's a Red Sox fan. I'm a Yankee fan. So I think it was my second town council meeting, right after being elected. So I'm there. I'm the new guy. I'm happy. And a woman gets up, and she looks and points at me, and she goes, "You, Doug Skelly, we're watching you." And I'm like, "What did I do?" I said, "I just got here." Apparently there was some stuff going on at the Park and Rec back then. And they were doing some layoffs and stuff. And so I had talked to the head, Dan Calhoun, that day. We ended up, I don't know if you know the story, but we ended up moving some money around to buy a truck later on for the next budget. And we kept the employee on. And so after the meeting, I went up to the woman and I said, we ended up keeping the employee and she wasn't cut. And she goes, "Oh, I didn't know that." I said, "So you could have actually, reached out to me before this meeting instead of grandstanding and yelling at me that we were getting rid of a person." And so I think that's the biggest thing, Mike, is communication. Lift up the phone, talk to somebody, because a lot of times when people get up to a town council meeting and they hear rumors and innuendos and they say, they say things that they don't understand, the rumor, the untruths, and it spreads like wildfire. And it's, when having to be on town council, you have to kind of keep a low key mute, whether it's social media and stuff like that, to see stuff that's simply not true. But you can't, because if you go out there and you start saying stuff, then you get attacked from all sides. So that's a hard part of being on town council or even being a business person. You have to learn to kind of coordinate communication with people and don't use social media as a communication. Go up and talk to people. And that's what Pete does. And that's what I would hope more people would do, is call the mayor's office if there's something, call the TBW if there's some problem. Don't listen to social media and the way the lies spread. And then people believe it. And I laugh because not that they're gullible, but people actually believe things that they read on social media as truth. And then when it comes down to it, a week later, they'll figure out that everything was absolutely wrong, and then they move on to the next thing. And you see that, as well. So it's But it's been a pleasure being on town council. I'm looking forward to helping out in some other ways to help.
Are you still serving with the turf field board?
No, that was eliminated. There is no
that was
turf.
eliminated. Okay.
Yeah, once we completed that project, that was actually a baby of mine and Pete's and stuff. And we're so proud. We go down there and we've won awards through the state of Connecticut for that field.
Cool.
And every time somebody comes up from a different town, they're like, this is great. So that was a home run for the town. We're looking to do some other things with the sports, and hopefully we can get a one-stop shop thing in there. Those are things on his next kind of, on the outlook for him in his next term, hopefully after tonight. And we look forward to helping him. And he's got a great slate of people, not only on the town council, but the BOE and the Board of Finance and all those people that I've become to know and become good friends with him. So it's been an absolute pleasure, and it's good to see town council meetings. We just had a recent one, and I'm sure, Mike, you were aware of it, with the dam and the people that came out and we supported the dam to fix it. And those moments like that, when people were with such passion and stuff, they came out and they said, this is not only just a dam, but it's a park. It's part of history. And, with this new money that we got from the government, it was a pleasure to vote for that. We did that. The library, is going to be opening in January. We're excited about that. We got the turf fields done. He's done unbelievable on the roads. The list goes on. And it's been a great pleasure to sit on this town council and watch Pete, bring this town closer together. So I couldn't be more prouder of him, the town council, and the people in the Milford. I've had a lot of people come up to me and thank me for the 4 years. And it's a lot of work, even though it's every couple of weeks. It's a lot of work. And, you're taking $100 million+ of people's money, whether it's the Board of Ed and stuff like that, and you're spending it. And you have to learn, and it's tough because we're in a small town. So we know that, people like I do. We know the teachers, we know the firemen, and when you have to make those decisions at budget times,
you have to live with them. You have to live with those decisions, and you have to live with the people that you're making those decisions for and with.
Absolutely. It's not like, I don't know anybody or you don't know anybody. So when we make decisions on the children's center, on the fire department, on the police department, we're integrated into this community. So these decisions affect not only them, but it affects us because we know these people. It's a big town, but it's a small town. Everybody knows everybody, Mike.
I just spoke about that, how like you can hide in the masses in Manhattan. You can't do that here.
No.
Yeah. So just real quick, Doug, I don't want to tie you down too long. Sean Delaney says, Doug, you were a treasure to the community. So shout out from Delaney.
I know he's an awesome guy. And I'm sure, as well as you're aware of, my family suffered a fire in our home. And, until something like that happens to you, I know that I have a lot of family and friends in town, but I can't thank not only the fire department, the police department, this community, everybody around. It's tough to even count how many people, but whoever listens to this, and especially the fire department, those guys were great. And the community, they reached out to us. We were very fortunate. My wife and son got out. Everybody's healthy. We found a place, so we're looking forward to rebuild and move on. But I can't be more thankful to call this town my home. So I'm very appreciative.
Awesome, Doug. Since you mentioned your business, give it a shout out, man. Plug it.
No, it's fine. I've done a carpet cleaning since 1983. When I got out of Henry Abbott Tech, I happened to stumble upon this business, and I fell in love with being, a community and getting out and to meet people. And then in '89, I started out my own business. So I've been very thankful. This town has given me so much. So very appreciative to have a business in town and to serve the people. So it's been a great 32 years. I hope I'm going to downsize a little bit, take a little bit of a break. Life's kind of, is a little standstill right now. We're trying to get the family and everything back in order.
So too.
Yeah. So it's good. And again, I can't be happy, but I thank you for the opportunity for me to come on here. And just another thing, I was talking to an automotive guy today. We do need to get more trades and more influx of kids to learn trades, automotive. whether it's carpentry, plumbing, carpet cleaning. I would hope maybe I could help out in the future. We'll see what happens with some facilities in town, but we really need to get these kids back into trades. I went to Henry Abertech. I first came up in New Milford in 1978 when I was a freshman at Abertech, and I fell in love with the place. I had a friend of mine being in Abertech. There was, people from all the towns around, Sherman, Newtown. So it was a culmination. I became good friends with a person up here in New Milford. And so that's when I first became introduced to New Milford in 1978, which has definitely changed since then. But I'm proud to call it my home today.
Doug, thanks for coming on, man. Thanks
You're
for being
welcome.
here. So you know what, and it is going to be, you are going to be missed, man. I voted for you every opportunity I had. So,
well,
right,
I'm
Doug.
thankful. Thank you, Michael. Thanks for the opportunity.
No problem, John. If you're ready to come on, get your hand raised. I'll get you brought on. All right, John. I just sent John Holcomb an invitation to join in. Let's see if he gets his audio straightened out. Hey, John.
I mean, it's called the black people nigger.
Yeah.
Certain people in America to me they are nigger, but most of them are called black people. And nice.
Okay, I don't know what that was. So, not sure what that was. I'm not sure how that got out. Folks, so sorry about all that. I have a feeling there were some things in there that we're not supposed to be having on Facebook and YouTube, but yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the heck was going on there. So it was good to have Doug on. Anyone else who wants to come in the chat, please do use your real name. I want to be able to recognize you at this point. I can't have somebody come on who I can't understand what they're saying. It sounds like they might be using curse words. I don't know. So let me get this taken care of. Yeah. So, all right. So the next thing we're going to be doing, the next thing we're going to be focusing on, and again, yeah, sorry about all that, folks. Folks, by the way, if you want to join in the conversation, please do click on the link. You're going to have to type this into your browser. It's tinyurl.com/4BX9XBBV. And that'll take you to the Zoom webinar we're having right now, so we can talk with the folks in the community. Joe, that was amazing. I sure hope you're talking about Doug and not whatever that was afterwards. Joe, if you're still in the chat here, so if you want to join in and chat about really anything, seemed like we kind of got ourselves cut short. Go ahead and raise your hand. Joe is running for the Board of Finance, and I voted for Joe. As you guys can see here, let me get my ballot up, so you guys can see that. There you go. So this is my ballot from before, and I'll go to the Board of Finance where you guys can see where the folks I voted for. So I voted for Joe. Joe, I'd love to have you back on if you have the opportunity to come back on. And then maybe what we'll do is we'll just go over the Robin Man interviews. It seems like no Zoom at the moment. All right. Both. Okay. So his compliment was to that mistake at the end and the conversation we just had with Doug Skelly. So, all right. So I think what we're going to do here now, Joe Gregorio says repeat. I think what we're going to do here now is we're going to have a review of one of our interviews. I haven't seemed to get a whole lot of response on which interview we're going to review. I think the more interesting one is Robin Mann, but I want to at least give us a primer. And start off with Walter O'Connor, and we'll be able to get a chance to review how that went. So let me get everything pulled in. Excuse me here, folks, while I get everything situated. No, that's not it. I want this one. Okay. So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and let me get this cleared away. We've had on some guests here tonight, hoping to have on some more guests here tonight. Sent out the invitation, this link. If you guys want to share that with other people, don't be afraid to share that. Happy to have your comments read here, both on Facebook and on YouTube. If you are watching on Facebook and you want to watch on YouTube instead, do click on the link in the video's description to jump in on YouTube. If you're coming in on YouTube and you want to watch on Facebook instead, do come in, click on the link is in this video's description. Join us there. You can join us there as well. So let me go ahead and get myself back to where we can go over some of the interviews that we've had. I wish I had broken this up into bits and pieces, so I could do so that I could do shorter viewings. But let's go ahead and go right to our most recent interview, which was with Walter O'Connor. And I'm going to go ahead and get that pulled in right now. So let me get this moved out of the way. So we can do that. And then let's hear
thank
Walter.
you for having me.
Walter, as we always do, how can people reach and follow you?
Well,
we're going to watch this at 1.5 speed so we can get through this as quickly as possible. As I mentioned to you tonight, we're probably going to close this thing just after 7 o'clock, right around 7 o'clock. And that's so that I can go to the Abbey and hang out with the RTC. If you guys want to join me, I'll be at the Abbey shortly after 7 o'clock tonight. And that is it's for the RTC's event. For those who are looking to get results, please do give Mike Fu a follow. Mike Fu Media on Facebook will be going over the actual results. He'll be the one with the poll runners to go out and go over the actual results. We've talked about my expectation here. I think PPAS is going to win in a landslide, somewhere in the area of 75 or so percent. Joe DiGregorio disagrees with me. He thinks it's going to be a little bit less. Some people have said a little bit more. I think the general consensus among the people I've talked to is that he's going to win by a pretty substantial margin. So with that said, with all that out of the way, let's go over this interview I did with Walter O'Connor. And he's the current Board of Finance chair. We may even jump around and then do a compare and contrast between this one and Robin Mann. So
I'm on Facebook just personally, and out in Vernon, New York, and we had a summer home in Putnam Lake, which is right across the border from New Fairfield in New York.
All right. And then what was the biggest attraction as far as moving to New Milford?
A convenience and what gravitated me to live here in town.
Oh, all right. So it's been quite some time that you to New Milford. That started. Okay. So now we've gotten to the beginning of the interview. I always start off with the same question. And the reason is I want people to get to know the person before we get to know the candidate. And that's because I think that in a local election, there is a human being in these offices, right? And the human being is making human decisions. We aren't just looking at a punch card. We aren't just looking at a scorecard that says this guy has so far voted this way. We can expect him to vote this way. So we can really, if we get into who the person is, we can kind of delve deeper into their politic and to get into more of the philosophy that undergirds their politic so we can better predict for the future what they are going to look like once they serve in office. So you guys can see the description for this video. Excuse me. Here we go. This is the title of the video. You can go onto my channel. It's Captain Phoenix. If you guys are watching on YouTube, it's already there. You can follow along. So this is where I start off my interviews with all of my candidates. What brought you to New Milford? And there's a lot of reasons I asked that question. And that kind of gets to where they see, how they view the character of New Milford, why it is they're still here, why it is they came here, why it is they're still here. And that kind of then should inform to a certain degree how they're going to make certain value judgments, how they're going to make certain decisions when it comes time to vote in these elected offices. For example, in the case of the chairman of the Board of Finance. So let's listen to the answer that Walter gives. Let's get into our interview. Walter, as I've mentioned 100 times so far in this series, the way I like to do these interviews is to get to know the person a little bit before we get to know the candidates. So we start everybody off with the same question. Walter, what brought you to New Milford?
Well, I first became aware of New Milford is actually my uncle had a Montgomery Ward store on Railroad Street back in the 70s, and then he moved it over to where the current Housatonic Brewery is now. I am a registered nurse, and I started working in New Milford Hospital in the 80s and eventually built a house here in the early 90s. My wife also worked here in New Milford, so that's what gravitated me to live here in town. So in the short, if I were to just say a one-word answer, it would be work. He was already working here. It made sense to reduce his commute to move here into New Milford. If there was some characteristic charm, he only discovered it by virtue of having worked here. And quite frankly, that characteristic charm must be, if that's what he's arguing for, why he moved here, on top of the fact that he's working here, then he not only would he not have discovered it if he weren't working here, if that characteristic charm was somewhere else, he would just commute. So this seems to me to be a mostly work-based decision.
Oh, and by the way, this is the answer that the overwhelming majority of people respond with when it comes to internal migration. So when we talk about migration across states, I've talked about this before on the channel. We've gone over the data. Well, we did an entire episode years ago on internal migration and why it is people move. The number one reason by far is jobs. The number two reason after that is cost of living. So when it comes to what Walter's saying here, it sounds to me like a jobs-based decision. So if you want to attract more people to your town, the thing you need, low cost of living, the availability of quality jobs. Oh, all right. So it's been quite some time then that you might I ask where you moved from?
Prior to New Milford, I was in New Fairfield.
Okay.
Originally from Mount Vernon, New York, and we had a summer home in Putnam Lake, which is right across the border from New Fairfield in New York.
All right. And he could have moved to Putnam Lake. He could have moved to his summer home in Putnam Lake. He could have stayed permanently in New Fairfield, but he moved here instead. And then what was the biggest attraction as far as moving to New Milford?
A convenience, and my kids were out of just graduating high school. I had three of them. They all graduated from the Fairfield high schools, and we wanted to downsize a little bit. So we built a house here in town.
So then after the girls move away or go off to college, you move into New Milford. What's the story then of you moving from just resident of New Milford to someone who's involved in local government and local politics? What was your attraction initially?
Well, I always wanted to give back on things. It's in my nature. Going back to 2012, I believe it was, Joanne Chapin was the chairman of the board of the finance, or chairman of the board of finance. I worked closely with Joanne. Joanne at the time was president of the nurses union in the hospital. That's where I worked. I was a previous president of that organization. She knew I had a degree in finance or business, I should say. And she asked me to become an alternate. Pat Murphy then interviewed me, as well as the RTC. And I became an alternate in 2012, and I ran for the office the first time in 2013, re-elected in 2017, and now we're here in 2021.
So notice what Walter said here. He was approached to run for these boards and commissions. He served on the board as an alternate before he became before he ran an elected campaign. He got attracted to it because of somebody he knew at the place he worked, a fellow nurse of his. This is something where he had to have become familiar with the character of New Milford. It was impossible, based on his story, for him to not have become familiar with the character of New Milford before he ran for office, and this is many years ago. So not only has he held this position for a long enough time to have become familiar with the character of the board and the characteristics of New Milford and the character of New Milford, he was forced to live with it. He was forced to live with these decisions. He works with these people that are encouraging him to serve on these boards and commissions. He was friends with some of these people that he wound up working with on these boards and commissions. So this is kind of what I was talking about. And I think we might, if we go and get into the Robin Mann interview, I think that's where you're going to see a distinguishing characteristic between these two candidates. And this is why I don't just go into policy right away. This is why I allow people to get to know the person before they get to know the candidate, right? So because some of this informs their candidacy. Some of the personality here informs how they're going to view local politics. Because again, this is a town where you have to live with people. You can't hide behind the protection, the shield of the millions of people that live in a place like Manhattan. So again, if we're going to compare and contrast, this is a good point to look at, a really important point to look at as we go on. And I think the policy positions are going to mean a lot less as the character positions.
Going for my third term.
So just so folks know, Walter, this is not the only board or commission you've volunteered for. You want to talk about some of those other boards and commissions you've volunteered for here with New Milford?
Well, basically, the main one that they've been on with regard to the town is I'm the vice chair of the pension committee here in town that oversees the municipal pensions and the like. With regard to New Milford Hospital, while it was still New Milford Hospital, I was on two board of directors subcommittee. One was the Quality Steering Council that overlooked all the quality measures in the hospital, and the other one was the foundation's investment and pension committee that oversaw all those finances.
Okay. You also, this is a commission that I've brought up quite a few times, and I think it's really influenced the nature of the Board of Finance and how it's evolved over the last few years, and that's the Charter Revision Commission. I've kind of beaten this to death. Walter, you didn't actually serve on the CRC, on the Charter Revision Commission, but you just want to inform the viewers, talk about your role in that whole process.
Well, actually, the first role is Mayor Bass asked for a representative for the Board of Finance, and I recommended Joe DiGorio, who then became onto the commission. Whenever the commission...
All right, I got to interrupt him here. Again, notice what Walter has said so far, that although he's not serving on this commission, he knows the characteristic makeup of his board well enough to recommend somebody else. He has to have dealt with these people long enough to make that recommendation. And as you're going to see, although Walter did not serve directly on the Charter Revision Commission, he kind of was obliged to attend the meetings. So in the case of, say, like a town councilman, if you're running for town council, I really hope you're somebody who's at least attended these meetings regularly. Like, I would really hope that as somebody who, I'm there every single meeting, no matter what, rain or shine, snow, sleet, hell or high water, I'm there. I have to be. I'm the guy that does the video there. So I have to be there. Now, of course, I can only pay like 50% attention. But if you're running for town council and you've never served on a board or commission, or you've never attended these meetings, then how could you possibly become familiarized before you start serving this board or commission with the nature and character of the board or commission? So I'm not saying it's a disqualifier to have never served on it. But if I really want to be able to have seen you at some of these board or commissions that you don't need prior experience for. I really want you to attend the actual meeting. I really want to see a vested interest in the community in the way that Walter is describing here.
Was discussing items that impacted the Board of Finance. I attended and gave my opinion and the like on it. We had quite a few dialogues going back and forth with the members of that commission.
Okay, so what was then the specific expertise they relied on you for?
Actually, just a hands-on of the Board of Finance and what we felt, or what I felt, needed to be changed in the charter. I'll give you an example. The ability of the Director of Finance to invest town funds without the approval of any body.
Okay, so here he's given a precise example. And this is something where I mentioned before how I want to be, if we're having these incoming members, I want to grill them. I want to ask a specific. What did you think of the Charter Revision Commission recommendations? Give me a specific change that you thought was worth bringing up. And he, right here, without me even asking, volunteers it off the top of his head from 4 years ago.
Any body, I should say. And that was one of the things that was changed there. They have the approval of the Board of Finance on making investments.
On any investments, or was there a threshold there?
There was a couple of thresholds. One was Board of Finance. I mean, the financial director could make investments without our approval as long as they're less than 1 year duration. So if you wanted to make a 6-month deposit, CD in a bank or something like that, you didn't have to roll one over. You didn't have to come to us for permission. Anything over that maturity date, then he had to come to us and discuss it. There is, and I always mix up, 1/8 of a mil, 1/5 of a mil, that has to come to us, or under a certain dollar amount that can go through without permission for the Board of Finance and Town Council, and that got changed to more restrictive measures.
More restrictive, as in the threshold before Board of Finance intervention was reduced.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so it was previously more than whatever it was, and now it's a smaller number. So
yeah, there's more oversight. Let me put it this way.
Okay, so we've mentioned a number of the Charter Revision Commission recommendations, which were eventually approved at the referendum. We talked about how that's affected budget development, the budget development process. We've talked tonight about some of those thresholds for oversight. Is there anything that you'd like to highlight that either was missed or that you think was just really important to discuss as it relates to the Board of Finance especially?
Oh, you mean currently or back with the charter revision?
With the charter revision, was there anything that was, say, missed?
Well, yeah, one of the things we discussed a lot was for the Board of Finance up to line item veto in the budgetary process like the town council does. And that was not approved by the commission. They kept it the same in terms of the broad categories we could make adjustments in. For example, we could adjust personnel, but we can't go in and say, take away one police officer. You know, we could, the whole broad category of personnel, we could reduce the dollar amounts or increase the dollar amounts. The other change that came about with the charter is if a vote, the budget, the bifurcation of the budget was one. The other is if either fails, instead of going to the town council, which was what the old charter was, comes back to the Board of Finance for adjustments, then goes back out for another vote with the, for the electorate, the referendum.
That final revision you just talked about, how if a budget fails at referendum, it goes back to the Board of Finance now instead of the town council. Did you agree with that revision recommendation?
Oh, yes, without a doubt, I agreed with that recommendation. And I just an add on to that, though, the town council can accept the recommendation for recommendation on a failed budget, but they only have, I think it's 48 hours, and it has to have a 2/3 vote to override the Board of Finance. So there is a check and balance there.
Yeah. That way, if you have a Board of Finance that runs off the rails, you can have the town council jump in real quick and
and before that, there was no check and balances between the two.
All right, so I don't want to put everybody to sleep tonight here. Notice how specific I'm able to get with Walter. Notice how without even really deliberately establishing this threshold, I can get into this conversation in a very atomized level. I can talk about extreme hyper specifics. And I think that there are candidates that I interviewed where I struggled to do that. And I think that's probably one of the detriments of the interview here with Robin Mann that I don't think we're going to have time to get into. You know what? Why don't we go ahead? You guys have gotten a taste of what the interview was like here with Walter. It's another 50 minutes of this interview before we get to the end of it. So let's go into the interview. Let's go into the interview with Robin Mann, because I think there's going to be some stuff here that you guys are going to like. Well, are going to be interested in. And let's start it off. I'm actually going to jump to about halfway through, towards the end, actually, of this interview. I'm going to jump around a bit on this one just to get to the fun parts.
Well, thank you for asking me to come on the show, Mike.
Glad to have you. So, Robin, before we get started, if you could just let everybody know, how can people reach and follow you?
No, I think people should just call me. Why wouldn't I take this opportunity to
Of course. Myself? To access the candidates and ask them tough questions. You've been asking a little bit before we get to know the candidate. It's the same question we start off with everyone who comes on the shows. What brought you, Robin, to New Milford?
A beautiful.
So again, remember, this is the same question everybody gets, and there's a reason to ask it. I think it's a valuable question. Hear her response.
Antique house in a beautiful town. So, I was living in New York City. I have a law practice, and all of my court appearances got canceled in March of 2020. And I'm sitting in my apartment with my husband, and he and I look at each other and say, we're not going to ride this out for whatever amount of time it takes. In our apartment, we're going to go to our weekend house. So we had just bought this house in October before the pandemic started, and we were using it on the weekends, which is wonderful. And it is a beautiful home in a beautiful town. We got here, and my husband, the quintessential New Yorker, within about 6 or 8 months said to me, I don't want to leave. So here we are, and I'm very happy to be here.
So we've actually, what I primarily do isn't this. It's landscaping and, home maintenance. So, and handyman work. So I've noticed an influx of work, which I love, because of people coming here from specifically New York City. And they tell me the same thing. Like, New York City during COVID was a really hard thing to deal with. So we came out to the country. So would you describe yourself as one of these COVID moves to New Milford?
Yes, but I'm always a country girl.
Okay.
I grew up in Westchester, so I'm from New York originally. I went to Cardozo Law School, so I do know the city very well, and I lived for quite a while there. But I raised my children in Colorado, and I love living in the country, so I'm very happy here.
Okay. So I want to point something out here. None of this is a disqualifier. None of this is in any way a disqualifier. But remember that the history we have here is New York City, and she just mentioned Colorado. What you'll find out later is when she says Colorado, she means Aspen, which is a very unique community. She admits this later in the conversation. This is what I mean. This is somebody who's been here for 12 months or less. You can't get a good understanding of the characteristic makeup of New Milford in that manner. Whereas with somebody like Walter O'Connor, who moved here, happy to have people move here, happy to have Robin move here. But when it comes to these offices, and I think you're going to see in some of these other responses, I think the reason that she struggles with some of these answers is that she just isn't as familiar as somebody like Walter O'Connor with the characteristic makeup of the boards, and most importantly, with the town of New Milford. So again, this isn't to denigrate her character. I've already said so far we've got nothing to disqualify her. Excellent. So we get a timeline for all of that. So when you moved here, I want to get the transition from you moving here to getting your interest here in government and politics here, because you're running for elected office. So what first sparked your interest in local government and politics here in New Milford?
You know, I've always wanted to do politics. Now I'm a practicing attorney.
Okay, this is not a disqualifier. Folks at home, I've always wanted to do politics. This is not a disqualifier. She's an attorney. There's a ton of overlap between politics and the law. You can have a huge amount of interest in the law and thus be an attorney for a living, and have a huge amount of interest in the law and also have a huge amount of interest in policy, which is the law in most cases. So again, somebody like me, I talk about politics a ton. The reason I do is because A, I love my town, so I like to talk about the events taking place in my town, and B, I have a huge interest in philosophy. And because of my interest in philosophy, that kind of overlaps. It's a Venn diagram there. There's a lot of overlap with politics, because a lot of what you look at in terms of politics is the underlying philosophy, is the rationale behind all of these decision-making, is the logic that leads to it. So not a disqualifier.
And I have 2 children. And so when I was younger and they were actively within my life, I was working, and my political involvement involved things like working on the Parks and Recreation Committee for my town, doing specific projects with relation to like a community center, legal projects. So I always provided my time, either pro bono or low bono, for government and my community. Now, I don't have children at home, and I'm building a new practice in Connecticut, and I'm excited to do so. This was a great opportunity for me to realize what I really like to do, which is being involved with the community. And then my daughter started a master's program in public administration and public policy. And she and I talk about politics, and specifically local politics, all the time. And it just, the light bulb went off. I'm like, okay, this is the time to try to give back, try to give. Okay,
there's a mistake I made here. She and her daughter talk about local politics a lot. This is a great opportunity for me to say, to ask for a specific. What's a topic here in New Milford that you and your daughter have talked about? And that's on me to ask that question. And that's not a gotcha question. This is just my position on that I talked about when it comes to like how much time should somebody have to spend in a community before they can serve to an elected office, especially when it's important to support a finance. My opinion on that kind of changed after this interview, but not all that much. These are the types of questions that I talked about. The really specific questions that I really should be asking of these candidates who have only been in the area for a brief moment. Not a brief moment, but say like 12 months. 12 months to 18 months. If you haven't been here for the full extent of a single term, I really should be the person that is there to ask the tough questions about the specifics, because that would reveal how familiar you actually are with these communities. And it's a question I kind of don't have to ask Walter O'Connor because he volunteers those specifics. All right, well then in that respect, let's get it to the Board of Finance. Since the Board of Finance is not exactly the most high attention office, we'll call it, The mayor and the town council are, and they attract basically all the attention. What about the Board of Finance struck your interest?
Yeah, a couple things. It is the kind of commitment that I could make right now. I am presently working for the Small Business Administration as an attorney advisor. My commitment to them is 60 hours a week. So I am very busy. And I just did not see myself being able to either run a campaign or be involved with a town council or a mayor's position. It's not within my bailiwick right now. Plus, I don't think anybody really knows me. Board of Finance was an opportunity for me to introduce myself to the community, my abilities, which obviously with my experience and background, finance is something I work with all the time. So I'm very happy to be able to work in that capacity here.
And we're actually going to talk about that, your background and your legal practice in just a minute, to see how that correlates to how you view the role of the Board of Finance. And so let's just ask that question then. What do you view as the proper role of the Board of Finance in New Milford?
Yeah, I think it is to collect information from the community and digest it and then provide support to the town council.
Okay, we need to go back to the Walter O'Connor interview because Walter O'Connor, basically everybody interviewed for the Board of Finance gave a different answer. And Walter O'Connor was the only one who in his description said to act as the fiduciary for the town of New Milford. So let's see if we can get to that question.
Dr. Laurie Tripp is
to not change anything. Have you, since you were, let's see if we can get to that question. Changes, charter revisions that we talked.
I talked with the chair of the Board of Education, Wendy.
The Board of Finance has in those regards, where the line begins and ends with that.
Okay. The simplest one is the Board of Education because that's bifurcated.
Sorry, folks, we're just trying to get to the
numbers. Other than that, I mean, those are the two main items. And there's sometimes the only thing on the agenda is the Director of Finance on there. Basically that's it on the routine meetings.
So I must have already asked. This is going to be too tough to figure out. So Walter O'Connor's answer was to act as the fiduciary for the town of New Milford, right? To act as a fiduciary board for the other offices that are served in New Milford, right? To have the oversight over the board of town council, to provide the check and the balance, to provide a balance of power and a balance of power with and a check on the town council in many respects. And of course, in many respects, to act as a check with a balance of power in some respects on the Director of Finance. So this is not the answer that I would have given. I think Walter O'Connor honestly was the only one who gave the answer I would have given to this question. Though, the question needs to be asked if there is actually a fiduciary role there.
And the mayor, with regard to what the budget could look like and should look like to meet the needs and desires of our local community.
Do you think there's a fiduciary role with the Board of Finance to those bodies that you just mentioned?
Really, Mike, I don't know how to answer that.
Okay, all right.
Everything I do has a fiduciary role. I'm an attorney. So I have clients and I have, serious responsibilities to them. I would hope that it would be mutually supportive, the Board of Finance, the town council, and the mayor to work together to provide, fiduciary or not.
All right. So in that respect, then, we've talked about the Charter Revision Commission. You weren't here for that. So the only reason we've talked about it is because the two previous Board of Finance candidates we've had on, just by pure chance, happened to have served on that commission. And there were some changes that were made during that revision just a few years ago that affected the Board of Finance. So we've kind of already talking about that, and it would be kind of unfair to grill you on a border commission that was a temporary border commission that dissolved, a couple of years before you even came here. So, but one of the things that was brought up, one of the suggestions that was made from the audience to the Charter Revision Commission at one of their meetings was to dissolve the Board of Finance. Do you think that, would you actually agree at this point with the dissolution of the Board of Finance?
No, of course not. I think the Board of Finance serves a very important function. I understand that the charter limits its decision-making authority. Mm-hmm. Put it that way. And I understand that that makes it seem as if it doesn't have any impact, but it does. I mean, every spring, it's the Board of Finance that hears what is expected from the community. And
okay, this is actually a great answer. And it actually, there are other members there are other people that are running for Board of Finance and have run for Board of Finance on the DTC ticket over the last 2 years who have run on a platform of dissolving the Board of Finance. I can reconcile those two positions, running for the Board of Finance and running on a campaign of dissolving the Board of Finance. I can reconcile those two positions. But that's a really tough thing to reconcile. So I would hope that a candidate that is doing that or has done that can reconcile those two positions. So I think this is actually speaks to why she came onto my show and what I've been saying in the first place. This is a good thing though, because this is if there's a right answer, this is the right answer. Just an emphatic no. And everything she said so far and is going to continue to say goes totally against what other members of the DTC slate have said about the Board of Finance and the role of the Board of Finance. And this isn't meant to be a gotcha question. The reason I keep asking this question of all of the Board of Finance candidates, and I did, is because there was a push to completely dissolve the board. So if there was a push to do that, then the question needs to be asked so that we can get an understanding of how the candidate views the role of the Board of Finance and its significance. I think Robin's actually done a great job of answering that question. And in terms of the dissolution of the Board of Finance, she's probably given the best response. Now, the audience, when I got to audience Q&A, was unfair to her about this. Asking her if she's talked to the other candidates about her position. I know what question that is. That's a loaded question. The answer is probably no. And the answer is that she probably doesn't know that this is the case with some of those other members because she hasn't really lived here all that long. And I keep saying, when I say like out of touch, in this case, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that she hasn't had the time to really sink her heels into immerse herself in a way that would, say, align her with the DTC's narrative, the leadership narrative, right? I guarantee if we polled Democrats in this town, almost all of them would say we should not dissolve the Board of Finance. Almost all of them. So not only is this the right answer, I think it speaks to, and the greater statement that I was making before, that if she was if she was as familiar with the character of this town and its politic as, say, I am, then she would know that there is more to this question than necessarily the question that's being asked here, and would know that, there are members of the DTC leadership right now that are running for the Board of Finance right now that have spent the last several years running a campaign to dissolve the Board of Finance, full-on campaign to dissolve the Board of Finance. So she's clearly not aware that that's the case, or I think we would see a different answer. I'm not saying that she would change her answer. I'm saying there might be more information that she might provide. There might be some tiptoeing, or there might be, I disagree with the majority of the other members that are running for Board of Finance on my ticket and on this one thing. She might come right out and say that no, I don't agree with Gail Alexander's push to dissolve the Board of Finance. It serves a real purpose and it serves an important purpose. But again, remember that this answer is in direct contradiction to the answer that I would expect from somebody like Gail Alexander.
And every spring, it's the Board of Finance that gives its expertise towards that process and to creating the budget. And that's just something that I don't think should be left on the plate of the town council or the mayor. First of all, they probably, they should be separated from it at some level. And there should be ears that are a little bit broader and a little bit more neutral to listen to that kind of community involvement. So I do think that that's not the future of the Board of Finance. The future of the Board of Finance might be getting the true expertise that the town needs in the financial characters.
Okay, so that actually segues to the next topic. It seems like you're elucidating two roles for the Board of Finance, two duties of the Board of Finance. One is as a check, effectively, on the town council, the legislative arm of the legislative arm of the town of New Milford, and the second seems to be to provide a special expertise, to serve a special expertise in finance that's kind of difficult to have. Am I characterizing what you're describing correctly?
Yeah, but I don't think that the check is mutual.
Yeah.
We check them, they check us. That's what a democratic government does.
That's a balance. So when people talk about checks and balance, that balance of power, that balance of authority, that's what she's referring to here. So not only is there a check, because there is a check going the other way, there is a balance on that authority. Excuse me. This is actually a great answer. This is actually not just a good answer. This is a great answer. And she and Walter O'Connor are the only Board of Finance candidates that gave an answer in this manner. Now, she is alluding to a special expertise that the Board of Finance ought to have, and that the Board of Finance ostensibly by its name has. I think she's the only one that really came out and said exactly what that was. Walter O'Connor kind of mentioned it in passing. So I'm on board with the fact that the reason the Board of Finance is called the Board of Finance is because there is some sort of ostensible special expertise in finance. Now, that doesn't mean a credential in finance. That means a special expertise, which you can gain through non-academic settings. All right, then. So we've asked this question of all of the Board of Finance candidates so far. The Board of Finance is, as far as I can tell, the only board or commission to have an explicitly academic course of study in its name. So do you think Board of Finance candidates ought to have a special financial acumen to hold a seat on the Board of Finance?
So I've gone to some meetings of the Board of Finance, and I don't think that there's anything being presented in those meetings that I can't digest and understand. I think that you want people on there who are interested in financial issues and who can, digest the information, understand it, and possibly communicate it to the community so that it is digestible for them as well. So I do not think it's necessary to have a financial background. You have your director of finance, and he's got that background, he's got that ability, and that's the guy who's really responsible. We're a community arm. We are definitely talking to the community and bringing together the information from the director of finance, town council, and the mayor with the community. And that's a very important aspect.
That's interesting you said that, because now we're up to full-on unanimity with the candidates I've interviewed on that you don't need a credential in finance to serve to serve the proper role as a member of the Board of Finance. Speaking to that, though, Diane Clafe, when we had her on, who said the same thing, that you don't need that credential at all, went so far as to mention it might be useful to have an attorney on the Board of Finance for addressing certain legal and policy matters that may come up. Is this a sentiment you agree with? I'm assuming the answer is yes, so we'll expand upon that with a two-parter. And can you speak to how that might actually come into play?
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, as an attorney, I'm very well trained to look at all kinds of legal documents, but I also look at financial documents. My role in my practice is to understand the finances of my parties, of my clients in particular, and of opposing parties, and to be able to create a paradigm. I do matrimonial law mostly and real estate. So
folks know, you need a colossal amount of academic training in order to pass the bar, in order to become an attorney. And then once you enter the field, the first 6 years that you're serving, that you are a licensed attorney, you're not going to trial. You're some research assistant at some firm that you're answering to somebody who's answering to somebody who's answering to somebody who's answering to the partner. And because of that, it's a rare situation that you run into an attorney who doesn't have an acumen in finance. It's kind of a rare situation. And because she's describing her legal practice, I don't think that she's wrong in saying that I think it would be fair to say that we can assume a financial acumen that with Robin here.
To create a paradigm which brings my client out of the divorce in the best case scenario financially. So I have to understand deeply what all of these financial particulars are. And then obviously everything I read as a lawyer. So obviously if it's put in front of me, I'm going to give a legal view on it.
Okay, so that gives us some background. So now we're going to jump into the middle of the interview where things start to get a little bit more spicy. Hopefully I can get to right about where we want to be.
Their abilities and their craft. I think that's, and to draw the community together for those types of openings for galleries. I mean, we here longer. I'm sure you have a sense of what community is.
The answer is, what do you, first things first, let's not, very contentious one for
managed by the city, but it goes through the Aspen Snowmass. The community outgrew its purpose. This town needs to have a really, really strong community center. Okay,
that's where things start to really, where you're probably going to, where you viewers at home are going to start to disagree. This is something that's been a focus. First, this town really needs a strong community center. So let's focus in on this.
When I moved to Aspen in 1990, I was involved with what's known as the Red Brick Center for the Arts and the development of it. And they took a school.
Red Brick Center for the Arts, I think, is what she's describing as the Aspen Community Center.
And it was long time the elementary, middle, and high school. The community outgrew its purpose. They bought it, and they had a referendum, and they went through the process of renovating it and creating an arts center. This is where all the nonprofits are housed, or many of them, for reduced rate rent. It's managed by the city, but it goes through the Aspen Snowmass Council for the Arts in terms of who's in there and how it's being used. There are art spaces, there are showing spaces, there's galleries, and it was a thrilling experience. But mostly, I mean, it's a beautiful building now. They did a beautiful renovation, but mostly it just brought a sector of the community get together that created a real strong backbone for everybody. So Aspen is a unique community because, you know, it starts out at 7,000 people and it grows to 35,000 people every winter, right? And it does this blossoming. So it's very hard in a town like that to have that community structure. You have to work really hard to bring the people who live there year round together in places. And a community center like that does it. During the COVID pandemic, I thought we really needed that kind of community center in a bigger way than perhaps Pettibone is at this point. It's great that it was there to serve as a vaccine site.
Okay, so what she's describing here is a community center that sounds like just an arts center, a center for the arts, if you will. I won't say a village center for the arts, but it sounds like a center for the arts. Okay, I wonder why she's bringing this up. And the reason I wonder is because of the things I've mentioned throughout the course of this conversation we've had today. And this isn't, again, to denigrate Robin or her character. This is just saying, I wonder if she's only hearing one side of the story. I wonder if she's only talked to the people who are campaigning on Pettibone must be a prioristically, permanently converted into the whole home for everything, base of operations for everything to Milford. I wonder if she's only getting that side of the aisle. I wonder if she's only getting that version of the story. And again, if you fully immerse yourself with the town, this is a conversation I feel like you would be forced to become more familiar with. You would be forced to become familiar with the history of this entire conversation. Now, I've talked about this on this channel. On both my YouTube channel and my Facebook page, you guys can check out the Community Center Adventure. It's a 2-hour-long video. I may be doing a follow-up to that as we expand this channel because I'm going to be bringing on some people hopefully in the near future to help me out with all of this so I can better serve the community, so I can do better content, so I can release more content, so I can release content where I have sources cited, where I have scripts put together, where I can do 30-minute long videos where I'm going into great detail on a specific subject that affects this town and this community. So in this case, remember, she's talking about a community center in Aspen. Aspen is a unique community where the income level in Aspen is orders of magnitude higher than what it is here in New Milford. It's a mountain town that lives and dies on the skiing and snowboarding in the mountains around it. It's a mountain town in Colorado. It's nowhere near a giant city like New York City. It's not on the I-95 corridor. It's not in the Boston to DC megalopolis. They're really kind of unlike. They're really kind of characteristically unlike each other. And I'm not saying this to refute her point. I'm saying this to say, all of those things I said before, that like I'm really starting to wonder if, as a voter, I should internally have a qualification of you must live in this town for X number of years. Or if you don't, when I do my interviews, I should grill you on more specifics than I'm doing here in this interview, right? I think I'm being fair. I think I'm not being too soft, but at the same time, I think there are questions I could be asking in this interview that would better serve to get to how familiar the candidates are with the character of New Milford. So again, this is me actually, for the things that she's going to say later in this interview, this is me actually like defending her. So just so you're aware, when I say out of touch, it's not me dunking on her. It's me having an internal conversation with myself about what I would consider a qualifier or a disqualifier for a candidate.
And certain other things were very useful, but the building's not really there's been no imagination applied to the use of that building as a community center.
Okay, yeah. So we had a facilities utilization committee. You guys should check out our report on that to give you an idea of what she's talking about here. This is actually somewhat true, that it is being, I think it's like outside of, until COVID, it was like at like, I think it was 25 to 33% occupancy, that significantly more than just the majority of the building was being completely unused. But when she describes a community center here, she's describing more than what Pettibone actually does. So it seems to me like she's describing Pettibone as maybe just a municipal office building, and she's looking for something else.
And I wonder why. I think we really deserve it and we really need it.
So I think I actually have to pick your brain on this one. This is not a topic I actually had in my notes here, but we're going to have to delve into this because this has kind of been a hot button topic and a very contentious one for probably 6 or 7 years now. So are you familiar with the history in New Milford as it relates to not just Pettibone, but the concept of a community center?
No, you could probably educate me some more.
Okay. Well, I don't have time to do it here because it's 4 years at least of going back and forth. And, this is something I actually put a video on my Facebook page on. It's called the Community Center Adventure. It gives you all my thoughts. I've included snippets from town council meetings, from Board of Education meetings. I've included subcommittee hearings. I've cited all of my sources. Anytime I make a claim,
and I couldn't find it today. Otherwise, I would have been much more educated on it.
Yeah, maybe I'll send it to you afterwards, and you can look at it. There's probably going to be some things you disagree with there. The reason that's the case is because this has been a super contentious issue for a long time, and I don't think.
But imagine what a community center could have done for this community.
So let's address that then. Let's ask that question then. Let's start off with this because this is a question that I can't seem to have gotten an answer from anyone yet. And nobody seems to know what the answer is. First things first, let's knock this out of the way. So you said Aspenu is kind of a unique community.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any way where whatever that community center served in Aspen would be serving in a different manner here in New Milford? Is there anything different about the characteristic features of Aspen and New Milford where you would expect something different from those community centers?
No, I think a community center is necessary in all communities that want to have a feeling of community and want to build a feeling of community. Okay,
so again, I'm asking characteristic features of a community center. How we would define a community center, would that vary from town to town? Her answer is no.
First of all, the process should involve the community. That is
True.
What I saw. And that's what I was involved with the Red Brick. I was hired to investigate the legal underpinnings and the funding available state.
Okay, and again, this goes completely in the face of what the previous Democrat administration was saying about that process. Flies completely in the face of it. Pete Bass put together the Community Center Committee. I thought the whole thing was a debacle from day one, and I was really disappointed with how that how that committee ran itself. Again, my thoughts on that are in that video, the Community Center Adventure. You guys can check it out on Facebook or YouTube. But the point is, Pete Bass removed himself from that process. He brought together volunteer members of the community on a commission to make these tough decisions. They weren't going to be done by a committee of one. It wasn't going to be unilateral decision making. And again, this is what was obviously happening and what was openly advocated for during the previous Democrat administration. So in this case, when I say she's out of touch, this is a good thing. This is almost a compliment to this point. Like, thank God she's not been indoctrinated by the proverbial other side. So she's kind of revealing, again, what it's like to not be fully aware of the general ethos of the community, to not have fully familiarized herself with this kind of a topic. So I didn't mean to grill her when this came up, but she did. I mean, she was stumping for a community center, and that's kind of a big deal here. So
statewide for the Red Brick Arts Center. And so I was at the meetings, and we heard everybody. We heard the naysayers, and we heard the positives, and we heard the
like
gray
the community
areas,
center
and we heard
committee,
the questioners, and we heard everything. Everybody got together. It raised everybody. Conflict is good. Conflict actually provides an opportunity for the growth of community, and we shouldn't actually put our head in the sand about it. And I know you're saying that there's been a lot of conflict around the Pettibone Center. Well, I'm all for it. Let's go at it.
Yeah,
Let's
debate.
do it. Because then we're defining what our community is.
Okay, well then,
define community.
So I should have been more specific here. When I said contentiousness, I mean incivility, right? Like it's not just been a hot button topic. It's been a topic that's led to just full on incivility.
And Mike, I know you've been here longer. I'm sure you have a sense of what community is for you.
Yep.
But I'm not here to define it for everybody.
Well, then let's hear how you
answer.
envision it. Then I'm not asking for a concrete definition necessarily, but let's talk in concrete terms. What when you say community center, what do you have in your mind?
Okay, so there are traditional businesses in town that and talented people who need help, and they deserve the government support. Nonprofits that provide services to the underserved communities, they need. So
this is a point where I would disagree with her, but I wouldn't find it a disqualifier. This is what the Democrats are going to find if they sit down and talk to folks like Lisa Hida and Liba Furman and Walter Bear. They agree with this position. I don't. Adults can disagree on politics. I don't think that this is a policy prescription that is worth becoming utterly vitriolic over. Right? This is just a disagreement in terms of policy. So I kind of view the world through a lens of earn rather than deserve. I don't think anyone deserves anything. I think that the position that people have fallen into is a matter of earn versus unearned, right? And in many cases, you get lucky. In many cases, you get unlucky. But you can overcome in many bad luck in many cases. And how you view someone in terms of their history is how they've responded to these challenges, how you respond to bad luck. And again, everything else is either earned or unearned. That's the lens I view the world through.
Need a place to rest their laurels and something that's affordable for
It's
them,
not a
because they're
popular
not
opinion on my part. I know that.
wealthy businesses. And people who are suffering in the community, maybe shortfalls, financially, having problems with domestic violence. People also who are artists. I mean, we've touched in New Milford on the artists community with the Gallery 25, and it's a great thing. I love it.
Village Center for the Arts, yeah.
It's great. But we could have so much more. I think that there's a lot of really, really crafty and arty people here. I see it around me all the time.
Yeah. Okay. So you also have the Silo. You also have, we also have Theater Works. You also have, there's another gallery. There's a few other galleries in downtown. Then there's the Gaylersville Center for the Arts. There's the Mariel Center for the Arts. There's a lot of these arts places scattered throughout New Milford. So it's not me trying to counter this argument. It's me saying, like, I think she would have mentioned more than just one facility if she was more familiar with the characteristics of New Milford. I don't know if she even bring it up.
For them to have a place to show their wares, to show their abilities and their craft. I think and to draw the community together for those types of openings for galleries and that sort of stuff.
Okay, so we can stop this conversation with the community center. The point is, this is how she's describing a community center. She's stumping on this sort of thing, which we may have to come back to, but the whole point is this conversation I'm having with myself, right? Is it a disqualifier to have only lived in this town for, say, 12 months? Is it? And I'm starting to lean towards it might be if you can't answer some very specific questions. And that's on me as the interviewer to ask. So let's jump ahead to where the more contentious part of the conversation. DTC ticket, I have to ask, have you seen the recent... Oh my God, I got incredibly lucky and jumped right to the place I wanted to jump to. So let's just go back, say, 30 seconds. And let's go back to here. This is where she says some things that I asked her the tough question, and unfortunately she's given kind of the worst answer. Duty's not to bring this up. It's what everybody's been talking about. I've said it will probably result in a single issue vote on election day. And that's really the only reason I'm bringing it up. I'm not going to dwell on it. Just one or two questions on it because you're on the DTC ticket. I have to ask. Have you seen the recent campaign marketing material that the DTC has released over the last 2 weeks?
Sure. Of course.
Okay. Is this something that was a timid response? I can already see that this is a line of questioning she really doesn't want. I have to ask it, but it's already something where I'm going to have to really be, in order to be fair and to be charitable, I have to ask this in a certain way. Consider an accurate reflection of the town and the majority of Democrats in New Milford?
I don't know. I really wouldn't have an opinion about it. It's marketing.
Okay.
I don't think marketing is supposed to be necessarily a reflection of a town. That's not government. That's not community. It's marketing. It's about...
Okay. So, Robin, I hope when we have lunch, I hope we can talk about New Milford. I don't want to talk about this topic. I hope that by introducing, Robin, when we have our lunch, I hope by introducing you to other elements of this town, that it would change how you would respond to this question in the future. Because I don't think that people are going to accept that the smear that's been going on can be dismissed as just marketing. I don't think that if you were labeled, say, I don't think that she would agree with the marketing if the Republican Party, if the RTC came out with literature that says something along the lines of the Democrats are bringing in the darkies, right? And if you are in support of the darkies and all the bad things from the darkies, then vote Republican because we won't bring on the darkies. Would that be just marketing? Would that just be marketing? Or would that be like insanely and disgustingly racist to say something like that? That like you shouldn't vote for, say, I'll name a name, Mohammed Karim. You shouldn't vote for Mohammed Karim because we don't like foreigners. Foreigners bad, right? You shouldn't vote for Mohammed Karim because his first name is Mohammed, right? And Islam bad. If that was the marketing coming out, do you think Robin Mann would respond to that with, oh, it's just marketing? Now, I realize I've kind of put her between a rock and a hard place by asking these questions. I know it's obvious she's super uncomfortable with this. I really wish she had said the thing that I think she wants to say, which is either she stands behind it or she finds it repulsive. And I think because she doesn't know the characteristic nature of this town, because she's not familiar with enough with the character of this town, I think that's why we're getting a non-answer. And in fact, it's kind of the worst answer. I feel like if she had another opportunity in 2 years, she probably would answer this question differently because she would have to live here for 2 years. And she'd have to live with these people that the DTC leadership is painting as genocidal, actual Nazis in favor of the Holocaust. And that's what the literature has said. That's what their Facebook posts have said. That's how they're characterizing generic Republican votes. So I know why this response really, really made a lot of people nauseous. So I'm not going to say this response is necessarily, it's the worst of both worlds. She should have either dove on the hand grenade and said, yes, absolutely, Republicans are like this here in New Milford. Generic Republicans are like this here in New Milford. And this is something that should be used to characterize the people of New Milford. Or say the opposite and say, listen, there's a way to answer this where you just say, listen, no, I disagree with it. It's too bad that the marketing that's been coming out over the last 2 weeks is what it is. I don't stand for it, but I am a Democrat. I do stand for the policies that I've seen from Democrats in this town. It's too bad that they've run this campaign, but maybe you can vote for me based on policy instead. That's an answer she could have given. That's an answer she could have given. The fact that she's uncomfortable, and I think gives the worst of both answers. I think that's because of the amount of time she spent here. And I think as people like this who have only been in town for so long start to familiarize themselves with a town like this, I think these answers are going to start changing. And I don't think it's because like I'm going to actively persuade her to change this answer. But if she just, meets people, has lunch with people, if the DTC leadership had coffee with Lisa Hida, first things first, in order for them to get to that point where they would be willing to have a conversation with Lisa Hida, a cup of coffee with Lisa Hida, they would have to change some of their underlying principles as a town committee. So that would have to happen first.
Providing an opportunity for more Democrats to get involved with local government. It's marketing.
Okay, so the marketing strategy I'm referring to is the reference. You can see I'm completely perplexed by this answer. So I have to ask her the clarifying question, like, are we talking about the same marketing stuff? Are we talking about the same thing? Is she seeing something completely different? This is to the riots on January 6th. Are we on the same page here? Are we talking about the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to know if we were talking about the same campaign marketing materials.
What's your opinion about it?
I think it's pretty awful to brush. Okay, this is interesting. I think I'm gonna speculate here. It is rare for an interviewee to ask directly this pointed a question of the interviewer. It's rare if that happens. So it's interesting that she's asking me this direct question. And as the interviewer, I have a duty to answer these questions. I'm not going to just give her the old Andrew Neil. Oh, well, I'm the interviewer. I'm the one that answers questions. I'm the one that asks the questions. You're the one that's supposed to answer. I don't think that's the appropriate way to handle an interview. So yeah, I give her my thoughts, and I'm trying to be as concise as I can. Democrats in this town I've talked about it on this show. So just broadly, I think that the campaign marketing strategy is pretty gross. And that's why it's getting pushback from Democrats in this town, because I don't think that the majority of voters in this town are Nazis. I don't think they're in support of genocide. I just don't think that what happened on January 6th is a reflection of the character of New Milford. And I think that's a really unfair representation of, I don't know if you're aware of this, but in 2019, there were a lot of Democrats that voted for, let's say, Pete Bass. And to characterize those Democrats as being on the same plane as those jackasses from January 6th, I think is really, really awful. So
I don't think that's what the marketing said. It's not about Pete Bass. It's about, having a balanced government and, being able to provide more than one viewpoint. It's also about the fear of a president who was very, very frightening to many, many people.
Okay. Here's what I mean by out of touch. This is New Milford, not Washington, D.C. Notice how the Bass campaign has never brought up national politics, has never brought up Joe Biden. They could have brought up Brandon, if you will, if you get my drift. They haven't. There's a reason for that. This is not something that people who are voting for local elected office here in New Milford are voting on. They're not voting on this. And to such a characteristic extent that I think everybody in the community knows this, that everybody in the community would push back on this about. To such a colossal extent that we're getting pushback from Democrats in this town on this campaign marketing strategy. Right? I don't think, especially given Pete Bass's January 11th response, which we covered earlier on in this video, I don't think that what she's describing is something that is an honest reflection of the character of this town.
Still out there in the ether. I think that's what it's about. I don't think it's about necessarily Pete Bass, but I do think that we need to understand that we've become very polarized, unfortunately. And continuing in that polarization is what this literature is doing. And it wasn't the Democrats who made us polarized, actually.
But they could stop it. Yeah, and I when I say these sort of things, folks, I've said it before 1,000 times. I don't say this about Democrats in general. When I refer to the literature coming out from the DTC, I'm specifically referring to the DTC and its leadership, I'm not painting all Democrats in this town with the characterization I just offered. Just the leadership, and because they're the ones making those decisions, and it's unfair to do that to Democrats in this town. So with that said, I guess the last question on that topic is the material that's been coming out. I mean, do you stand behind it, condemn it, or are ambivalent to it? What's the final position here?
It's marketing. I know where its place is. I'm fine with it.
Okay, so that sounds like ambivalent? So like somewhere in between?
In an
condemning?
ideal world, Mike, I would
Okay.
love us all to be above board and highly respectful and not have to talk about a January 6th.
All right.
Honestly. But I also don't think it's smart to ignore it either. So it happened, and it happened in our country. God knows how it happened, but it did. And I think we should all face it. And if this marketing flyer gets us talking about it across the dinner table, all the power to us. I told you, I believe conflict leads to good resolution. All right. And if this is what this marketing is doing, I'm fine with that. Let's talk about it.
Okay, so this has been the doubling down that the DTC and their ilk have done on this literature. And I've talked to people online about this. This has been the response. There's a difference between saying the thing nobody wants to hear, trolling like Ray Lillis, who's really good at it, and being completely incivil, being completely and utterly hostile to the opposition, being a jerk. I don't know how else to say it, right? There's a huge difference between honest debate, no holds barred, right? And just being a complete jerk, just being utterly vitriolic, which is what we're seeing from this campaign literature. So I didn't mean to dunk on Robin there. I honestly didn't mean for this segment to be a dunking on Robin there. So folks know, yes, the Zoom meeting has crashed. For whatever reason, if I don't have any other participants in the Zoom meeting itself, then it just shuts down after a certain amount of time. I don't know why that's the case. So you can't join in on the Zoom anymore. So if you want to come in, I can figure out a way. Let me know in the chat. That said, I know what the response is going to be to this, that this is kind of disgusting, and this is kind of like the worst possible answer. I don't think that if she was more familiar with the nature of this town, that she would have given anything close to this answer. I think this is the type of answer you would get from somebody who's coming from New York City and who's extremely hyper-focused and familiar with national politics. And since they're not really all that like in tune with the local politics, and not just the local politics, but the local character of the town, they ascribe the national to the local because they have nothing else to build with. This is me being as charitable on this take as I possibly can. I realized that after we had this conversation, we had a text back and forth. I didn't really want to pressure her on this answer because she gave her answer, and that's what the answer is, right? I pressured her when I wasn't sure if she was ambivalent towards it, if she was totally behind it, or if she was open to condemning it. I only did that because I wanted to know what her actual answer was. And she gave her answer. So I think it was kind of unfair for Joe DiGregorio in the audience to be grilling her with these type of questions. And I kind of felt bad about it at the end of the interview. Now, that said, this is the take that's going to cost Democrats the election tonight. If Democrats lose in the type of sweeping landslide that we're expecting here, that everybody so far that I've talked to has expected, except for Joe, it's going to be on this. It's going to be on this doubling down, right? When I don't know what further conversation there needs to be when absolutely everybody is universally in perfect concert when it comes to this matter. When absolutely everybody has openly, unequivocally condemned the January 6th riots. There's no further conversation to really have there. The people got arrested. The place got locked up. Everybody's condemned it. I mean everybody. Everybody. Donald Trump was condemning it while it was happening. Alex freaking Jones was there with a megaphone telling guys to go home. If Alex freaking Jones is there saying, guys, we've crossed the line, then I don't know what more you want. There's a reason January 6th hasn't happened again. It takes an awful lot to get right-wingers into the street. It takes an awful lot. It doesn't take much to get the left to take to the streets. Somebody could fart in the elevator and all of a sudden there's going to be a giant protest right down the heart of, say, Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, Lower Manhattan, because Jim Smith farted in the elevator, right? That's what they do. They do protests. I don't go to protests. I did go to a couple of protests because I was covering them, because I had the camera with me and a microphone and somebody to conduct interviews. And, as part of the Liberty Block, when I was working for them as a publication, we were doing interviews there and we were covering it, but we weren't active participants in these protests. It takes a lot to get a right winger of any kind to go to a protest of any kind. And then for it to then turn into a riot, I don't know what that threshold is. But the point is, there's a reason it happened one time. One time. There's a reason that those people went in unarmed, despite the fact that every single one of them owns at least one firearm. Every single one of them. And I would go so far as to say that the number of firearms that are owned legally or illegally by those couple hundred people that went into the Capitol building probably outnumber all of the legally owned firearms in DC otherwise. I don't know that that's the case, but that's how heavily armed these people are and weren't that day. So I don't know that you need to grandstand on this event and say and gaslight the nature of this town and this event as being co-equal, right? There's a reason Republicans this year didn't say whole of 2020, major cities on fire. They could have. There's a reason the RTC didn't say Democrats equal Antifa. Democrats equal flattening of Minneapolis in 2020. Flattening of Minneapolis, right? There's a reason they didn't say, they didn't equivocate Mary Jane Lundgren with, say, Michael Reinhold, the convicted felon that got out and then murdered in cold blood Aaron Danielson. The guy who went onto national TV and said, if the federal troops come in, I'm going to open fire on them, and did. Right? It wasn't a no-knock warrant with Michael Reinhold. They didn't kick in the door. They knocked. He flipped over a table like out of a freaking movie. And then as soon as the police entered his where he was holding himself up, he opened fire on them. It wasn't just a shot fire. It was apparently emptied a mag and then just got sprayed full of lead. I'm sorry, but if you're going to open fire on police, what do you expect the response to be? What do you expect the response to be? Especially when you say that's what you're going to do on national TV in the weeks leading up to that. The RTC would have been, by this measure, equally justified to paint all Democrats in this town and anyone considering voting for a Democrat as co-equal to the people who murdered 30 people over the course of 2020. Co-equal to the people that attempted on multiple times to burn the federal court in Portland to the ground. Co-equal to the people who led an insurrection called the Chaz. And it was absolutely an insurrection. They set up hard barriers by force, as in the communities that they blocked off had no choice in this matter. And in many cases were desperately calling the police to get this thing settled and couldn't. And there's a reason 2 homicides took place in the 3 days that this, actually it's probably about a week. And 2 homicides happened in the roughly week that the Chaz existed, before finally the federal troops basically forced Seattle's hand and forced the local government to actually do something about this. There's a reason that's the case. And I really hope we can get past this as a community. The national is a reflection on the local. I don't think it ever has been the case that the national here in New Milford is a reflection on the local. The polls have officially closed. It's 7 p.m. I hope when you cast past tense your vote today, I hope the reason, whatever rationale you used to cast your vote, was based on how things operate here in New Milford and not how things operate in Washington, D.C., 400 and something miles away, and not how things operate in a colossal city like Seattle or Portland or New York City. But on how things operate in a town with a population of 28,000 people, with 65 square miles, with 200 and something miles of roads. The town in Connecticut with the greatest number of miles of roads, and with only 28,000 people to draw from in terms of a tax basis to maintain those roads, to pave and maintain those roads. I really don't know how else to characterize this. I'm not trying to use this moment to dunk on Robin, but I'm trying to have this moment to have that introspection on myself, not only in how I conduct interviews, but how I vote. Is there a threshold for entry for me? Should you have to have lived in this town for a certain number of years? Should you have to have been born there? No. But maybe there's a certain number of years that you should have to have served. So I'm going to be heading to the Abbey momentarily. Joe DiGregorio is calling me, so maybe we'll pull him in. I think we're going to take. I'm sorry, Joe. We're just going to have to talk when we get to the Abbey. Thanks everyone for tuning into this. Again, Robin, if you wind up seeing this video, understand I'm happy to still have lunch with you. I really do. I really mean it. Right? Like, I'm not trying to characterize you as some sort of villain. I'm really not. I'm just saying that maybe there's a time and a place for how I conduct interviews. Maybe there is a limit to how much familiarity someone can have in a community based on the amount of time they've spent in that community and the sense that they can have of that community when they've only been in that community for so long. And I know she works like 68 hours a week, and as a lawyer, that's true. So how much immersion can you actually do when you're in the office 60 to 80 hours a week? How much getting out into the community can you do? How many restaurants can you have gone to? How can she say what the 5 best pizzas are here in New Milford? The 5 best pizza joints are here in New Milford. Like, if somebody came to her and said, hey, we're looking to order pizza, tell me some great places to order pizza. Can't you do that? I don't honestly know. But these are the type of questions I should probably be grilling these candidates on if they've only been here for so long. And I'm not saying this is a disqualifier for Robin. And again, the polls have already closed. Like, I can't tell you guys not to vote for her because the polls have already closed. Everything is due in. Hopefully you voted based on local policy and how things work in New Milford and not on national politics and how things work in DC. And, I really don't mean to paint her in a negative light. I really don't. There were a lot of answers she gave that were great. And I think she only gave because she hasn't been fully indoctrinated by the DTC leadership, who I'm really hoping can get replaced at this point. I'm really hoping that by having these honest conversations with Robin, I'm hoping she'll be pulled from the brink. I'm hoping that when we have lunch, she'll be able to meet somebody who's been here for a long time. And maybe wherever we go, we'll run into some people I know. We can sit down, we can talk, we can have a conversation. It doesn't have to be at all political. We can talk sports. We can talk legal practice. We can talk food, since we're going to be out eating lunch. I really want to have this conversation because I think that there is a majority of Democrats in this town that do not agree with this position at all. And it isn't just a majority. I think it's a super majority. I've never had problems with Democrats in this town. My complaints have only been about the DTC leadership. I'm kind of hoping that's changed. And if we do get the landslide tonight that everyone that I know is expecting, then it should absolutely be an indictment on the DTC leadership. Because that'll be 2 election cycles in a row where they've gotten shellacked. If they lose in the manner that I fully anticipate, if the New York Mets won 75 games 2 years in a row, then the head coach needs to be fired. Then the general manager needs to be fired. If the New York Football Giants, I know a lot of you guys watching at home are Jets fans, if the Jets went 1-15 in 2 consecutive years, are you holding on to that general manager? Are you holding on to that general manager? Or are you saying everybody at the top down is gone? Gone, right? Everyone's gone. Steve Gettleman from the Giants is gone. If the Giants go 1-15 2 years in a row, yeah, I'm calling for Steve Gettleman's head. He's fired. Gone. So I really think that if things pan out the way I anticipate, that is absolutely an indictment on the DTC leadership. And maybe Robin Mann can be one of these people who, after we managed to have our conversations with her, and she's, again, eternally grateful for her to, she is due an enormous amount of credit for coming on because she's the only one that agreed to come on. So Robin, thanks so much for coming on for that conversation. And everybody who's joined in on this 4 hours. Oh, Pete, polls are open till 8. Whoops, my mistake. I thought they closed at 7. So Pete, if you want to come on too, we are going to have a quick intermission because I got to rebuild the Zoom meeting. People tell me in the chat. Tell me in the chat if you do want to have this conversation. I'm ready to start closing things up and getting over to the Abbey. If we do this, I need an intermission because I have got to use the bathroom again. This is what happens when you have a 5 p.m. energy drink. Right? So I'm not really seeing anything else in the chat. Folks, thanks so much for coming on. Like, I do this for you guys. I don't do this to boost my own ego. I do this because I love my town. I love my community, and I'm in favor of the general character of this town. I'm in favor of maintaining the general character of this town in terms of the ethos that surrounds it. Maybe not necessarily in terms of the specific structures and how things are exactly laid out and the exact number of people, but I love this town. Pete Bass is 100% right when he says best town in the USA. It's too bad it's in Connecticut. But this is the best town in the USA. And with that, again, I'm going to take a little bit of a hiatus from all this because this has been so much work and so much stress, but we're going to come back bigger than ever, bigger and better than ever. I've got some friends that are going to start helping me out with all this. Thanks in advance to them. Thanks so much for everyone that came in. And with that, I'm going to